The Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. April 21st, 1905. The horrible conclusion which had been gradually obtruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind was now an awful certainty. I was lost. Completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinth recess of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on my outward path, that nevermore should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant bills and dales of the beautiful world outside. My reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed. Yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanor. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situation, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more of tranquillity than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate. Of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unknown to the guide I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers, and, wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives, who, taking their residence in the gigantic grotto to find health from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found, instead, death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I passed them by with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So, summoning all of the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings, in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamor. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start as I fancied that I heard the sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had, then, all my horrible apprehensions been for naught? And was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries, in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened, for my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the paws of some feline. Besides, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had by my own cries aroused and attracted some wild beast. Perhaps a mountain lion which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen for me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a stir and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as had I, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced, the animal evidently having obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as is that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing, therefore, that I must be armed for defense against any uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn upon all parts of the floor in the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time, the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and 4 feet. Yet at brief and infrequent intervals, I fancied that but 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto, with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats, and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in at every freshet of the Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alteration cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, remembering the awful appearances ascribed by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cave. Then I remembered with a start that, even should I succeed in felling my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer, the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream. Yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat, pat of the steps was close at hand. Now very close. I could hear the labored breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realized that it must have come from some considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone it contained, toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and now, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away, where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse, and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued, in heavy, gasping inhalation and expirations, whence I realized I had no more than wounded the creature. And now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly, I heard a sound, or rather, a regular succession of sounds. In another instant they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp, metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches of the faint and glimmering effulgence, which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering despite my boasted reserve, in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story, and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude. At length, I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of the by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and by his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, by the flashlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retracted my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we described a white object on the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped, perhaps, from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching action of a long existence within the inky confines of the cave. But it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us, as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alteration in their use which I had before noted, whereby the beast used sometimes all 4, and on other occasions but 2, for its progress. From the tips of the fingers or toes, long, rat-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like a normal note of any known species of simian, and I wonder if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long-continued and complete silence, broke by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since the first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy passed through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black, those eyes, deep, jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits, and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely less hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened, and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird moving shadows on the walls. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. The fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place. For the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature that I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time, been a man. End of Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Tyler Muterspa. January 17th, 2022, Monticello, Utah.
The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richa. The Black Cat. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror; to many they will seem less terrible than barroques. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace; some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere men. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black, and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violets. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected but ill used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbit, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder when I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty; but it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties, or sentiments, which give direction to the character of man. Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action, for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes, and with the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offence, hung it because I know that in doing so I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words "strange," "singular," and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached, and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme, but at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some one of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown, through an open window, into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half sentiment that seemed but was not remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the wild haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied, in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my head, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caress, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favourite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. But I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame, and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, It also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caress. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very definite, but by slow degrees, degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had, at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. O mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest of any more. During the former the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me, upon some household errand, into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife, goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal. I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith and with entire deliberation to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again I deliberated about casting it in the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace, that had been filled up, and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood, having procured mortar, sand, and hair, with every possible precaution. I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly, and said to myself, "Here at least, then, my labour has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had, at length, firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police was thoroughly satisfied, and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this, this is a very well constructed house." In the rapid desire to say something else, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well constructed house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily, with a cane which I held in my hand, upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch fiend! No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. And of the black cat?
The Cat of Chiltern Castle by Mary Sharon. From Weirdale, September 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. An Unusual Ghost Story. The Cat of Chiltern Castle by Mary Sharon. When Jean Winthrop invited me to come up during the hunting season and try for an elk, I accepted with alacrity. I had not seen my strapping cousin since his return from overseas, and I anticipated a pleasant visit. Having been left a small fortune by a bachelor uncle, he had traveled extensively before enlisting in the World War. I had spent many pleasant hours in his company listening to him recount, in his inimitable manner, the many and strange adventures that had befallen him. Jean's cabin stood a half-mile above the stage line road on Wind River Point, in the Teton Range. The stage driver dumped me and my belongings unceremoniously by the roadside and disappeared in a flurry of snow. I watched hopefully for a sight of Jean's strapping figure, expecting any minute to see him come around the bend in the trail. Dusk deepened with the startling suddenness, and I decided to try to find my way alone. I could not understand what had kept him from meeting me. I wondered if my letter had miscarried. I have always prided myself on having my full share of feminine courage, but as I stumbled along the trail I felt distinctly nervous. The distant yowl of a wildcat sent a shiver of apprehension down my spine, and as I scrambled up the rocky path, I fancied I heard the soft pad, pad of stealthy feet following me. Chiding myself for a tenderfoot, I unlocked my case and took out my gun. As I drew it out, I caught sight of something moving in the brush to my left. I tried to convince myself that it was the night wind moving the branches, but I knew it for something more sinister. I saw it moving toward me, a dark blot among the foliage of the underbrush. Without hesitating, I fired. When I looked again, it was no longer there. Before I had time to investigate, a shot sounded below me, and then a flashlight glimmered down the trail. I hallooed. Gene answered. When he reached me, he was out of breath and strangely shaken. "What was it?" I asked without preface. "A cat." He shrugged his shoulders with elaborate carelessness. When we entered the cabin, I saw that his hair was matted with blood above his left temple. At my exclamation, he reassured me. "It was nothing. A dry branch gave me a scratch, nothing more." I was astounded by the change in his physical appearance. He was stoop-shouldered and gaunt. His hair was streaked with gray, and he had an air of fearful alertness, as if waiting momentarily for some grim, unavoidable happening. More evidence of the change that had come over him lay in the neglected and run-down state of his cabin. On all of my previous visits, I had noticed the clean, almost womanly tidiness that had prevailed. To judge from the appearance of the place, he had not attempted to clean it in the 3 months that had elapsed since his return from overseas. He made an effort to appear at ease, and cooked an appetizing supper for us, but I noticed that at the end of the meal his own food lay virtually untouched before him. After supper, he walked into the living room, threw more logs upon the fire, and motioned for me to be seated. Our talk was desultory, almost formal. It was a beastly night outside. The wind howled around the corner of the cabin like so many lost souls, and the insistent tap-tap of the icy branches against the window panes did not lessen the effect. Winthrop sat staring moodily into the fire, and I noted the ravages that the years had made in his physique. I wanted to ask him what had caused the terrible change in him, but a certain reticence forbade prying. I felt that if there were anything that I could do for him, he would ask it of me, for we had been reared together as children and were as close as most brothers and sisters. A particularly heavy blast of wind assailed the cabin, and a shower of sparks flew up the chimney from the pitched logs, which were roaring on the hearth. Winthrop shuddered involuntarily. I sought to arouse him. "Doesn't this place get on your nerves, Gene, so far from everyone and everything?" He started at my question and then drew savagely at his pipe. Suddenly he sat up and held his head cocked in an attitude of listening. Abject terror shone from his bulging eyes. "Do you hear it?" he demanded. "Nothing but the storm," I told him truthfully. "What is on your mind, old fellow? Anything that telling might help you to forget?" He pondered a moment. There was a hopeless, negative intonation in his voice when he answered. "I don't believe anyone could help me, Mary. It is something just a trifle beyond the province of mere man. Do you believe in ghosts?" Something had prepared me for his question. I had known intuitively that he was adread of the supernatural, for nothing on earth could have brought that look of awful fear to the face of the Eugene Winthrop I had known. I hardly knew how to answer him. "I can't say that I do, Gene. We are all doubting Thomases about everything until we see it for ourselves." He turned toward me with an air of positive assurance, and his voice was quietly assertive. "I have seen, and I believe, Mary. I am afraid you will think me insane. Perhaps I am, but I am going to tell you all about it." And then he began his weird story that left me shaken more than I care even now to admit. When I was in France, I fell in with an Englishman who had enlisted under the name of Tom Grant though he gave me to understand that this was an alias. He was a damn good fellow, foolhardy, reckless, and pleasure-loving, with a nerve that would have faced down the devil himself. When everything was over, we went to London together, and it was there that he learned from a second-rate solicitor that he had fallen heir to a debt-ridden old ruin, the Castle of Chiltern. I shared his desire to see what remained of the once stately fortress that had sheltered his famous ancestors. For the line of Chiltern had written its name in the early pages of English history. We went. Before our departure, the old solicitor told us that a family ghost went with the castle, a cat. We both laughed in his face to think that a house which had once held such prestige and power should elect to claim as its especial ghostly visitation a cat. Tradition had it that several hundred years ago a serving woman had imparted information to the enemies of the then incumbent Lord of Chiltern, who in retaliation had shut her up in his dungeon, where the wretched woman starved to death. The cat, a huge black fellow, had been her pet, and its shade was supposed to be vested with the power of 7 devils. The story was improbable enough to make anyone scoff at it, just as we did. We found the castle a ramshackle affair, though it took no great imagination to picture the grandeur it had once possessed. The grounds were enclosed by a high wall of crumbling masonry, around which at one time had been a moat. Both were now in the last stages of disintegration. The castle itself was barely habitable. The caretaker, a very old hag, volunteered to show us through the fortress, and we accepted her services, though they were somewhat surly given. We found the entire structure in a sad state of decay. The night of our arrival was a stormy one. The wind howled fiendishly around the old walls until they shook from the turret to the foundation stone. We expected the old ruin to topple over at any moment. It had drizzled through the early evening and, as it grew colder, settled into snow. The room in which we spent the night was barely furnished. In one corner, projecting out into the corner of the room, stood a huge canopied bed. The frayed and rotting silk hangings at the top attested to its great age. A peculiar cabinet of old walnut stood in the far end of the room, near the one large window, which, uncurtained, looked down upon the bleak and rock-strewn courtyard. 2 high-backed chairs of nondescript age and appearance completed the furnishings of the room, with the exception of an old Venetian mirror, the one article of value and elegance left to the castle of the Chilterns. We went to bed, but did not sleep. There was something eerie about the decaying old fortress that made us wakeful. We left the candle burning in the old pewter stick which the crone had given us before returning to her home. It must have been 2 o'clock when we heard it. During a lull in the storm, a terrifying shriek rent the air. Tom leapt out of bed on one side, and I on the other. As our feet struck the floor, a series of blood-curdling yowls, much too loud for a domestic cat, but somewhat similar in other respects, sounded outside our door. We hurried into our clothes. When the yowling ceased, we heard a light scratching on the door. Insistent, steady, as the beating of a heart, the scratching continued, increasing in volume until it sounded almost like a human hand knocking imperatively on the panels, which threatened any moment to give way. Given the same occurrence under different conditions, our reaction would probably have been different, but with the wind and storm assailing the old ruins from without, and an unknown animal or supernatural something assailing us from within, we felt anything but brave. I acknowledged that I was paralyzed with fear. A fellow can grapple with and perhaps overcome a mortal enemy, but the supernatural cannot be vanquished by mere man, and that unearthly yowling and scratching resembled nothing I had ever heard. With an oath, Tom seized one of the chairs and motioned me to do likewise. I lost no time, for the moth-eaten door afforded flimsy protection. The steady hammering and slashing continued, interspersed with shrieks and yowls. Suddenly, one of the panels splintered in. A heavy gust of wind extinguished the light, and the room was left in total darkness. Another blow, and the entire door fell inward. 2 green eyes glowed at us from the doorway. Tom screamed a warning as the eyes, like dancing lantern lights, swayed toward us. I lifted my chair to strike, but on the instant that I stood poised in readiness, the eyes were blotted from sight, and in an instant Tom gave an agonized shriek. A heavy thump followed, and all was still. I called fearfully to him, and the old walls threw back my cry. I struck a match. Sprawled on the floor lay Tom's body. I hurriedly lit the candle and knelt to examine him. He was completely covered with knife-like cuts and scratches, and the blood was trickling from 100 wounds. While I was kneeling over his body, cursing myself that I had failed him when a blow might have saved his life, that horrible yowling began again, becoming fainter and fainter, until it blended with the din of the storm. I can never forget. I always hear it. I hear it now. His face was a study of tragic despair. I could think of nothing to say to relieve the tenseness of the situation. He straightened in his chair and listened. "Don't you hear it, Mary? Tell me the truth. Can't you hear that yowling, faint and far off, but coming nearer?" I listened, and I could hear it. The sound could be plainly distinguished above the din of the storm, faint, but growing louder as it approached the cabin. I hated to acknowledge to Jean that I could hear it, but I knew that if I did not, he would think he was suffering from some sort of hallucination. There came a lull in the storm, and a scream like nothing I have ever heard before or since sounded just outside the door. With white face and staring eyes, Jean sprang to his feet and turned toward me, threw out his hands in a helpless gesture. "It's no use, Mary. This is the 3rd time. I may as well face it and have it over with." He walked to the door and slid back the bolt. Before he could open it, I jerked him back. "Don't go out there, Jean. This is a panther. Let me get a gun." For I turned to pick up my Winchester, wheeling in time to see him open the door and stagger out into the night. I leapt after him, too late. A shriek shrilled through the storm. I ran toward the spot whence it came. The wind blew open the door behind me, and the glare of the cabin lamp threw a bar of light across the new-fallen snow. I could see, standing over the prostrate form of Big Jim Winthrop, a huge cat, the size of a collie dog, pitch black, with green wolfish eyes. I raised my gun and fired. I was so close that a miss was impossible. I fired twice. The bullets took no effect. The beast, without moving, melted into the shadows behind it. I tried to hunt it down, but how could one follow an evanescent thing of evil that departed, leaving no tracks behind it? I dragged Jean's inert body inside. He was cut to ribbons. The thing sounds incredible, but it is true. The coroner's jury turned in a verdict that the deceased was killed by a panther. But I know they were wrong. I saw the beast that killed Jean Winthrop. It was a huge black cat with wolfish eyes. The Cat of Chiltern Castle. The end of The Cat of Chiltern Castle by Mary Sharon.
The Dog-Eared God by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Benjamin Tucker. The Dog-Eared God by Frank Belknap Long. The Egyptian gods are shaped like beasts, but why they represent them in this way I had rather not mention. Herodotus. "What do you think of it?" asked Professor Dewey. The colossal height of the mummy case accentuated my friend's littleness. Somehow I don't know why the image should have presented itself. I thought of the opium-haunted De Quincey walking warily about the streets of London, a grotesque little midget in carpet slippers who carried a world within his head. Professor Dewey bore an amazing resemblance to De Quincey. His forehead was high and shrunken and covered with wrinkles, and the skin on his lean cheeks was stretched as taut as yellow parchment. His nose could scarcely be described as Roman. It was so excessively Hebraic that a strain of Jewish blood unquestionably formed a measure of his heritage. His smile, when he did smile, was grim and lifeless, and very few people would have been attracted to him. But beneath his almost repulsive exterior, the little chap had a good heart, and I found his companionship delightfully stimulating. Professor Dewey's hobby was Egyptology, and he imported large quantities of mummies annually, and, I am sorry to add, illegally. No prying customs officer ever laid his sternly official hand on one of Professor Dewey's acquisitions. No blue-eyed and impertinent government clerk ever questioned Professor Dewey as to the value of his queer and often repulsive property. The professor had made arrangements with a dozen sly and secretive skippers whose Levantine dealings were seldom above reproach. And as a result of his careful bargaining, he never lost a mummy or scarab or precious stone. In the course of a single year, 83 mummies had been successfully smuggled into his stately brownstone mansion on Riverside Drive. We stood in Professor Dewey's mummy room, a great hall carpeted with red velvet and lined with rather sinister black curtains. It seemed ridiculous to me that the professor should furnish this repository with the trappings of occult melodrama, but I've always been singularly incapable of fathoming my friend's amusing whims. Beneath his whimsicality and eccentricity he was reasonably genuine, and it is unfair to expect a common sense or restraint from a man of genius. The mummy before us was unusually tall. It fairly towered in the yellowish gloom of the great room, and it bore unmistakable characteristics of great age. And it was oddly shaped. Its breast swelled out curiously, and its nose was gigantic. Indeed, the latter member almost protruded through the aromatic and evil-smelling wrappings. "An Egyptian Cyrano," I remarked, and permitted a grin to disturb my usually severe and solemn features. The professor often assured me that my features were severe, and being a very young man, I took pardonable pride in the fact. "How the ladies must have hated him," I added, seeing my friend scowl. "This is a serious matter," he said after a pause that seemed interminable. "Nothing like this has ever come out of Egypt. I do not like it." My friend's voice was distressingly hollow. It made me nervous, and I endeavored to quiet him. "There's nothing very unusual about this mummy," I replied. "Some very peculiar types undoubtedly existed among the Egyptians. I dare say they had their sideshows and circuses, with the odd assortment of freaks that usually goes with such things. This poor fellow may have been a king's jester. It is really unfair to reproach him with his ugliness after all these years. I am sure his life was a very unhappy one." The professor's scowl grew in volume. "You must be serious," he retorted. "This mummy is very unusual. I am not a sensationalist, my dear boy, but I may say that my enemies would give a great deal to use this thing to discredit me. We must be very wary about publishing the results of our experiments." "Experiments?" I snatched at the word. I had a boyish and ridiculous eagerness for all varieties of research. I have some experiments in mind that will demand a great deal of courage. If you do not feel equal to them, I shall want you to tell me so quite frankly. But first I must warn and prepare you and describe what we have to deal with." The professor lit an absurdly long panatella and puffed for several moments into silence. The smoke ascended spirally and formed a curious grayish nimbus above the mummy case. The mummy stood out in the depressing gloom like a sinister avenger of the 83 defenseless wretches that Professor Dewey had dissected and destroyed. When my friend spoke again, his voice had acquired a small measure of calm. He spoke slowly, punctuating his sentences with an occasional cough. "There are myths in the treasure house of mankind that were not originally based upon solid objective facts. I do not believe that the imagination of primitive peoples is capable of creating bogies out of thin air. We are too easily deluded by modern science, and altogether too apt to scoff at the legends of gods and goddesses that have come down to us. It is absurd to believe that the Egyptians created their monstrous bestial gods from mere observation of living animals. There is something so immense, so psychically terrible about the Egyptian gods, that it is difficult to believe them simply the product of normal human imagination. They are either the imaginings of some dreamer of wild and unheard-of powers, an Edgar Poe among the Egyptians, or—" Professor Dewey paused without stating his alternative. I presume he wanted his heresy to sink in, for he waited several moments before continuing. "These crocodile gods, these cat-headed and bat-eared divinities are really more debased than anything to be found anywhere in the modern world. Even your barbarous blackfellow in Africa or Australia would be incapable of worshipping anything so vile. And yet, if we are to believe historians, the Egyptians had a high degree of ethical culture. They would not fashion such horrors willingly. I have often thought—" Again my friend hesitated, as if ashamed to put his theory into words. My eagerness apparently reassured him. "I have often thought that these monsters really existed. Why should we suppose that men are the only intelligent beings on this planet? There is so much evidence to the contrary, so very much evidence, that I feel justified in my theory. I do not think that I am a fool. My enemies—" I fear my friend suffered from a persecution complex— "would give years of their lives to overhear this conversation, but they shall only hear of the results, if the results are not too revolting." Professor Dewey sank back on a chair as if exhausted. Beads of sweat stood out horribly on his high yellow forehead. His lips quivered. "George," he stammered, "we must put it to the test. We must sleep here tonight. Unless, of course, you fear to sleep in the room with that." "But what is that, really?" I asked, pointing with horror to the colossal mummy. My friend did not answer me directly, but his words were dreadfully disturbing. 20 or 30,000 years ago, the Egyptians buried their first kings. There were strange kings in the dawn world. 2. Professor Dewey was sleeping soundly, but something made me sit up. I am not sure whether I dreamed a sound, or whether a sound had actually come from the corner of the room where the great mummy stood solemnly in its 50 wrappings. But whether the dismal noise had any basis in fact, it was a profoundly disturbing thing to hear at 3 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps you have listened to hounds baying at night across lonely moors, or perhaps you have heard in the tropics the horrid moans of small monkeys when they awake from their mindless sleep and see the stars watching them evilly. If you have heard such sounds, you may have a remote idea of how vile these audibly sinister exhibitions of evil and fright seem to a normal constituted man. The low whining that I heard, and it occasionally seemed to rise to an actual baying, did not frighten me. But had the chair that loomed unpleasantly before me out of the gloom suddenly entered into conversation with the sofa, or had the clock walked across the mantel, I should not have been more horrified. I sat up and waited. For several moments nothing happened, but then I heard a low scratching and scraping as if something were trying to get out of the closet. Claws of some sort were indubitably at work somewhere. Rats, I reflected, and I clung to the suggestion warmly. Of course there would be rats in a house given over to unhallowed and unsavory practices. The professor is fortunate to have rats to do the really dirty work, I mused. They save him the bother of burning the odds and ends. It must be damnably difficult to get rid of fingernails and hair and such things, unless one burns them. And of course the rats would save him that task. The professor is really very fortunate, dear jolly rats. Then I realized the fatuousness of my reflections and passed my hand rapidly back and forth across my face. My forehead was infernally warm. I was excited, feverish. Probably a touch of influenza, I thought. I should never have slept in this cold room. I recalled that I had been sneezing and coughing most of the previous afternoon. The slightest touch of fever makes me delirious. In that respect, I am abnormally favored. I pulled the blankets about my neck and turned over. I think then that I slept, but I am convinced that what I saw later had some external significance. The thing was more than a mere dream, and certainly more than a hallucination. It was, I think, an actual body of memories projected across the room. When I saw it, I was sitting up, and I heard the clock outside strike 4. A white immensity spread before me, and for a moment, its whiteness blinded me. It was like a series of projections on the silver screen. The white substance was continually changing, now thinning, now thickening, and horrid, distorted forms moved about in it. The forms were amorphous, and I could not at first distinguish them clearly. They were not altogether human. They seemed to have the bodies of men, but the heads of animals. When the vision, or call it what you will, became clearer, I saw that the unmentionable creatures had formed into a solid phalanx, and that they were marching solemnly before me. They carried between them some unspeakable object which they made no effort to conceal. If the forms of the marchers were revolting, the form of the long distorted thing that they carried was infernal. It was covered with hair, but I never had seen anything like it under the stars. It had a sunken bat-like face and great dog-shaped ears, and its yellow teeth glittered ominously in the strange, unnatural light. The thing was obviously lifeless, and his cheeks were sunken and hollow. The watchers carried torches, which they waved exultantly as if almost glad that the thing had died. I had a curious sympathy for these others, but heaven knows they were vile enough. The torches gave off a weird blue light, and even, I thought, a mephitic smell. And as I watched, new ones were lit, and the swaying, blasphemous procession moved forward more rapidly. And then the chanting and intoning commenced, and the dreadful hymns for the dead swelled and reverberated in the room until I put my hands before my ears to shut out the ancient and obscene chants. "A master out of the skies is dead," they wailed. "Deep, deep in the earth shall we bury our king. Long has he ruled us, and horrible the evil he did to us. But he was our king out of the skies, and we revere his memory. Horrible his black tongue that shot out fire. Horrible the maidens he devoured. Horrible the blood he drank. But he was a king. In the book of the dead it is written that he shall be judged by gods. By his peers he shall be judged. He shall appear as a snake, as a reptile before his peers, but by his ears they shall know him." Then the picture cleared terribly, and I saw that the procession trod hot reddish sands, and a great stone effigy loomed up behind him. It was a sphinx, but a more ancient sphinx than the one we know, and its eyes glowed banefully, and in a deep and perfectly round hole dug in the sand at the statue's base they had buried their king, and strewn gold dust upon him, and anointed his limbs with oil which they poured from jars of veined porphyry. Unmentionable were the rites they performed above him, and the last words of their loathsome high priest, who had the head of a lizard, were lethal words, and I shivered when I realized at whom they were directed. "For 30 centuries you shall sleep, but a little shameless creature with no hair to cover him shall drag you forth, because in his time he shall be as a god. But his evil day will not be long under the sun. He too shall return unto dust, and a very thin creature, with neither legs nor eyes, shall play havoc with his bones. It is written, 'Rest in peace and remember us who worshipped you.'" The vision grew vaguer, and the forms seemed to converge and merge into each other. Then gradually the darkness closed in, and I found myself staring with frightened eyes at Professor Dewey's monstrous acquisition. It loomed vaguely out of the blackness, and it seemed to be stirring and squirming about. I watched fascinated while the ancient wrappings fell away, and 2 long pink hands fumbled hectically with mildewed cerements. The hands were abnormally emaciated and covered with thin reddish hair. I endeavored to rise, but the eyes of the thing watched me evilly and ordered me to be silent. It seemed angry that I should question its spiritual supremacy. It had uncovered its eyes, but the great loathsome nose remained mercifully concealed by several layers of disintegrating wrappings. It was frightful to watch the thing's efforts to free itself. It wriggled and squirmed, and in its vileness it resembled a great fleshy worm endeavoring to escape from some deep sewer of earth. What followed will always remain confused in my memory. I seem to recall Professor Dewey upon his back with closed eyes, and something standing above him in the dim light like an immemorial avenger. I seem to glimpse a supremely ghastly exterior, 2 great ears protruding from a narrow and greenish skull, and a great nose like an elephant's trunk showing briefly in profile. Then fire, a deluge of colored fire, which shot out of the creature's nose and mouth, fire from hell, fire from beyond Arcturus. I saw the professor's eyes open, and I saw him stare at the thing for a moment in triumph. The exultation in his face was quickly replaced by agony and despair. He threw out his arms as if endeavoring to ward off an immediate doom. And while I watched, his face shriveled and blackened. "I was right," he shrieked. "The Egyptians did not worship men. God pity my poor soul." I did not stay to comfort my stricken friend. I ran shrieking from the room and out of the house into the street. I looked up to see thick black smoke pouring from an upper window, but I turned in no alarm. I ran wildly across deserted squares and through winding alleys, and finally found my way to a leering subway entrance. I fled insanely down the stairs and climbed over the turnstile without depositing a fare. Luckily, no one saw me. In a moment I was in a roaring train, my arms flung about a drunken beggar, and into his astonished ears I poured a tale that made him gasp and shake his head. "You young'uns allus get it somewhere," he grimaced. "I wish I had your luck." I have always found newspaper men exceedingly prosaic. The following cutting from a New York paper demonstrates my point. "A fire in the Upper West Side caused a great deal of disturbance yesterday morning, when police reserves from 3 stations fought with firemen to keep excited passers-by from entering the burning building. For 2 hours, 30 or 40 hooded men endeavored to rescue the inmates and caused a great deal of disturbance. The police were unable to explain why utter strangers should take such an interest in one poor perishing wretch, since it was later ascertained that the house was occupied by an eccentric professor and misanthrope who was suspected of bootlegging operations. Patrolman Henley from the West 93rd Street Station claims that one of the would-be rescuers removed his hood for a brief moment, and that his face was covered with fur and eaten away at the corners. Luckily for Patrolman Henley's reputation, he is known to suffer from migraine, and it is probable that what he imagined he saw had no basis in fact. The wildly excited attempts of strangers to enter the building completely frustrated operations, and the unfortunate inmate perished. For a moment he was seen at the window, and those who were standing on the sidewalk immediately underneath declared that his hair and beard were actually on fire. The upper portion of the building was completely destroyed. A number of curious bones were found in the room, including the skeleton of a gigantic dog. During the past week, 3 previous fires have been reported in the neighborhood, and the police are investigating rumors of a firebug. End of The Dog-Eared God.
Don't Think About It by William W. Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Don't Think About It by William W. Stewart. Tommy wasn't really a timid child. Sometimes he didn't understand things and was puzzled. More often, grown-ups couldn't or wouldn't understand things that were perfectly clear to him, and he was more puzzled. Occasionally, such things worried and even upset him a little. Then Mama and sometimes Daddy would translate bafflement into silly adult terms and think that he was afraid. It was that way about the hole in the closet when Tommy was just a bit over 3. Tommy wasn't really afraid. Mr. Bear was afraid, and the thing did puzzle Tommy. So he asked about it. But he never did get any sensible or satisfactory answers, and that did worry and perhaps even upset him a little. But he wasn't afraid, even before Daddy finally told him. Now, Tommy boy, don't think about it and it won't scare you. Really, there is nothing there to hurt you, if you just don't think about it. So don't you think about it anymore. There's Daddy's big boy. This certainly was not any sort of explanation, but still Tommy did try hard not to think about it, as Daddy said, and now he really doesn't think about it at all anymore, or about Aunt Martha either. The hole was in the closet in Tommy's room. Tommy and Mama and Daddy lived in a not very big, not very new frame house on the edge of the city, and Aunt Martha lived with them. Tommy didn't, at least not yet, although there were promises, have any brothers or sisters. But he did have his own room, and a family of his own, too. It was the extra bedroom, and it had a closet that was cramped and with no light. Tommy liked his room. It was small, with a small bed, and it belonged to him, along with his family of Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala. It was also an easy crying range of Mommy and Daddy's room and Aunt Martha's room, so if Mr. Bear, who was the timid one, got frightened in the night, Tommy could cry, purely in Mr. Bear's behalf, to bring help, or at least company. Tommy and his family all liked the closet well enough, too, except for the shelf that was out of reach even from the don't-climb stool. The closet was good to hide in, or play bear cave, or rabbit hole, and fine for finding missing toys after Mama had a spell of playing cleaning house. The day Tommy found the hole in the closet was the week after his 3rd birthday. Daddy was at work, Mama was out shopping, it was a rainy afternoon, and Martha was sitting with Tommy and the afternoon television. He was in his room with his family, and they all agreed as soon as they heard the television coming on strong that it would be a very poor afternoon to waste on a nap. Besides, Mr. Bear's feelings had been hurt by having been somewhat left out of things recently in favor of new birthday presents, now largely broken or tiresome. To make it up to him, Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie all agreed to play bear cave in the closet. It was a nice game, and going well enough, except for some grumbling from Cokie Koala, who always wanted to argue and claimed that bears lived in trees, not caves. But then, and it was Mr. Bear's fault for wanting it darker so he could hibernate, the closet door shut tight. That didn't seem so serious at first. It would only mean a scolding for being out of bed when Aunt Martha would come to open it after Tommy hollered loud enough. And then there was the hole in the closet, back in the corner next to the broken drum. They all saw it, and they heard the ugly thing talking or thinking at them. It stretched out a part of itself at Mr. Bear, who was the closest. didn't grab Mr. Bear, but he was terrified just the same, and none of them liked it. They didn't like it at all. The ugly thing couldn't come out of the hole because the hole wasn't big enough yet, but it tried, and it was making the hole bigger, and it kept thinking at them red thoughts and hungry as it tore at the edges of the hole. The family all looked to Tommy, so Tommy cried and yelled. Finally, Aunt Martha heard him and came to open the door. Then the afternoon sunlight streamed across the floor into the closet, and the ugly red thoughts from the thing pulled back, far back, so you could barely notice them. And you couldn't see the hole anymore, even though you knew it was still there. At least, Tommy and Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala knew. After she opened the closet door and carried Tommy from the closet to the living room, Aunt Martha scolded. She wasn't really mad because she had waited until a commercial interrupted her television program before answering the cries from the closet. But she scolded because she was Aunt Martha, and scolding was what Aunt Martha did. A really good cry, even one worked up strictly as a service for a companion, takes a little time to turn off. Then, after a few settling gulps, Tommy tried to explain. Auntie, Aunt Martha, there is a hole in the cave, in the closet, and there's a thing inside it. He looked at Mr. Bear, whom he was holding by one foot, and at Cokie, dropped by Aunt Martha on the sofa for confirmation. Then, quickly, he wriggled down from Auntie's lap. Old Rabbit! Bravely, Tommy ran to the closet and was relieved. The door was open, and in the gray afternoon light, the hole was still not to be seen. Old Rabbit, who always had a bad temper, was annoyed and snappish at having been left behind. But he was there and all right. Tommy rescued him and ran back to Aunt Martha. It was hungry, he continued his explanation. Aunt Martha, as always, was difficult. Who is hungry? You shouldn't be hungry, Tommy. You just had your lunch an hour ago. Do you want a glass of milk? Not me hungry. Tommy was impatient. Aunt Martha never seemed able to grasp any idea more complex than a glass of milk or wet pants. Little boys, in her mind, nearly always either wanted the one or had the other. Such things she could and did attend to with a virtuous sense of duty done, but anything else was beyond her. Tommy, are your pants wet? Tommy sighed in resignation and wet his pants. It was the only thing to do. Otherwise, Auntie would fuss and fume, accomplishing nothing, understanding nothing, for the rest of the afternoon. 10 minutes later, in dry pants, he finished an unwanted glass of milk. Aunt Martha, conscience appeased, returned to soap opera. Tommy and his family, nap safely forgotten, played away the afternoon, but not in the closet, or even, as was usual on rainy days, in Tommy's room. Instead, finding Daddy's old briefcase full of papers, they played office in the family room, with Old Rabbit grumbling about having to be Miss Wixie, who drove the electric typewriter in Daddy's office. Mama and Daddy came home together at a bit after 5. Tommy took his scolding about messing up Daddy's papers in good part. He had expected it. But Aunt Martha was angry about the scolding she got for letting him, mild though it was. In retaliation, she said, Tommy, you were a naughty, naughty boy, and for being so naughty you must take your big bear and your rabbit and the little bear, or whatever the thing is, and put them away in the closet and leave them there till tomorrow. No, 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 I won't. It isn't fair. They weren't bad, and the ugly thing is in the hole, and it might come out, and it's hungry, and my family is all afraid. Tommy, Aunt Martha's voice was sharp, you stop that nonsense and put your toys... Wait up now, said Daddy, who also lived in the grown-up world, but who sometimes tried to understand things. What is this about a hole in the closet? What about something being hungry? That's all, said Tommy. The ugly thing in the hole in the closet. It is hungry. There was more to it than that, of course, but how could a thing like that be explained through a wall of grown closed minds? There was the hole in the closet. You couldn't exactly see it. You could only sort of feel seeing it, and the hairy thing, at least it seemed hairy and shapeless, or having many different shapes, and a mouth and sharp teeth. And it had reached out with something and touched Mr. Bear, and would have eaten him, too, if he had blood. But then it had pulled back from Mr. Bear, and red hunger thoughts came stronger and stronger. Even now, stretching out from the hole where it was hidden, there in the closet, Tommy could feel the reaching, greedy thoughts. But he couldn't explain all that. "There is a hole in the closet," Tommy said again. But he knew that not even Daddy would understand. Of course, Mama wouldn't. Not Mama, who was loving but very busy and just sat so often, dreaming or listening to baby's sister that they said was in her stomach, so big and fat now as to leave little lap room. Mama was too occupied looking inward to look out much at Tommy. Daddy, to give him credit, was nearly always willing to look, but there were so many things he couldn't see. Still, Tommy had to try. "The ugly thing in the hole. It wants something to eat." "Oh, Tommy, such horrible nonsense." That was Mama. She wasn't even going to think about it. It is a question sometimes whether baby sisters are worth all the bother and trouble. "Now, Tommy," Daddy was being helpful, "you say there is a hole in your closet and that there is something in the hole?" "Well, sort of." Really, the ugly thing wasn't so much in the hole as on the other side of it, but that was close enough. "All right then, Tommy, suppose you show it to me." "What?" "Show me the hole, Tommy." "Now?" "Yes." "The hole in the closet?" "Tommy!" "Yes, Daddy." This wasn't going to work out to anything good, and Tommy didn't want to go back to the closet and close the closet door anyway. The thing didn't eat Mr. Bear because Mr. Bear didn't have blood, but Daddy had, and... "Tommy!" They went to the closet. At least, if he was risking a Daddy, Tommy thought he was protecting Mr. Bear and the others. "Now where is this hole, Tommy?" "Over there by the corner," Tommy pointed. Daddy went into the closet to look. Tommy started to close the door. In the black dark, Daddy would see what Tommy meant about the thing in the hole. From the outside, Tommy started to close the door. It was a small closet and hardly big enough for both of them. "Tommy, what are you trying to do? Open that door." "But..." After all, the hole wasn't there, or scarcely seemed to be there except in the dark. "Open it up wider." I believe I do see. Wait till I get my lighter. Say, by George, I believe you're right. There is a little hole there. Looks like a mouse hole." There it was, as Tommy might have known. Grown-ups will always avoid seeing the important things. Of course, there was a mouse hole there, the home of the little old Mr. Mouse with the wiggly nose and the gray whiskers. He had been nice, but he wasn't there anymore, and Tommy had a pretty clear idea of what had happened to him. That poor little old Mr. Mouse had had blood. "But, Daddy!" It was hopeless. "Dory? Martha?" Daddy's hunting instinct was aroused. "Have we got a mouse trap? Any cheese? There is a hole in that closet, a little old mouse hole, and I'm going to..." Well, perhaps this would be better than if he hadn't found anything. Tommy followed Daddy about as he finally located a mouse trap. No cheese? He cut a little piece of meat for bait. Of course, Tommy knew no trap would catch the ugly thing. "What in the world happened to my lighter?" Daddy wanted to know. Tommy didn't answer that, but at least everybody, even Aunt Martha, had forgotten about shutting Tommy's family up in the closet. For now, that was enough. But later, after supper, after bath, after the shooting picture on the TV, it was time for bed. "Daddy?" "Get on to bed now, son. Past bedtime. Hop to it." "Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama tonight." Well, it was a mighty dark night. The afternoon rain had built up into a real storm. Mr. Bear was terrified. Cokie was scared, and even tough old Rabbit didn't want to sleep in Tommy's room with the ugly thing in the hole, so hungry and waiting to rip its way out of the hole when it got dark enough. And only the street light outside the room to keep away the dark, because they would never let Tommy keep his light on at night. "My family and me don't want to sleep in my room tonight." "Now, Tommy, just because it's a little stormy, Daddy's big boy isn't afraid of a little wind and rain." "I'm not afraid, Daddy. It's my family. You know how families are. You always say about Mama. Never mind that now. To bed. Your own bed." But, Daddy, there's the ugly thing in the hole, and it's hungry. The mouse? Daddy went to look at his trap, switching on the light in Tommy's room. He came back in a minute. The little devil. Did Daddy know? No. The little devil got away with the bait, clean as a whistle. Only a little plaster dust or something left in the trap where I put the meat. Mr. Bear shivered. Now, don't be foolish, Bear. You don't have blood. The ugly thing won't get you, Tommy told him softly. But Mr. Bear wouldn't listen. He was a crybaby, a scaredy cat. But to tell the truth, the real honest truth, the whole family and even Tommy didn't feel too good about it. Tommy, what was that you were saying? Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama. Me and my family, we're scared of that thing. Tommy knew it was no less than his duty to protect them all. Oh, now, Tommy, you don't mean to say you're afraid of a little old mouse, a big boy like you? Well, Mr. Bear is. I don't, Daddy. It is there, honest it is, in that hole, and it's hungry, and it'll come out in the dark, and... Tommy, a little mouse. Get on into your room now, and no more argument. Tommy's face began to crumple. If he had to, he would fight this one out all the way. Tears, tantrum, kick, scream, gasp, hold his breath and turn blue. Now, Tommy boy, Daddy did mean well, and sometimes he was even right, and so Tommy always did try to do what Daddy said. Tommy, you mustn't let things like that bother you. If we can't catch the little mouse, forget it. There's nothing more we can do, so just don't think about it, you see? No, don't think about it, that's all. There is nothing there that can hurt you, if you just don't think about it. So don't think about it. That's Daddy's big boy. Well, and then can we sleep with you and Mama? Aunt Martha rang in her nickel's worth. A boy ought to be ashamed to be afraid of a little mouse. It's not... Not what? It's Mr. Bear that's afraid of the... And you just stop that nonsense about those ridiculous stuffed animals, you hear me? Nobody should make such a fuss about a little mouse. Mama does? Mama? Tommy let 2 fat tears trickle down his cheeks. A warning. But he meant them, too. Mama, can't we? Oh, all right. Stop this stupid wrangling. You know how it gets on my nerves. For goodness sake, let him sleep with us tonight. Anyway, I don't blame him. I wouldn't sleep a wink in the same room with a mouse. Be sure you shut our door tonight, tight. You're spoiling the child, said Aunt Martha sourly. Auntie, said Tommy, I bet you're chicken to let your door stay open. Well, huffed Aunt Martha, the impertinence. I certainly shall keep my door open. No mouse is going to keep me from getting good fresh air. Tommy was a very bright little boy. Now, with the door shut in Mama and Daddy's room, and Aunt Martha's door open, he wouldn't think about the ugly thing in the hole, waiting for dark, real dark, to come out and eat. All right, Tommy, this once you can sleep with your mother and me. Get on to bed and mind you sleep quiet. And don't spread those stuff, your family, all over the bed either. Yes, Daddy. And Daddy? What? I won't think about it now, the thing in the hole. Tommy said his good nights. Tonight he even kissed Aunt Martha as if he meant it. And he took his family, and he went to bed in Mama and Daddy's room. He did not think about the ugly thing. He went right to sleep, lying at the edge of the big, big bed. Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala and even Mr. Bear went right to sleep. Outside, the wind blew hard and harder, and the rain drove down, and it was dark. The television reception was bad. Everyone went to bed early. Good night, lights out. In Tommy's room it was quite dark, with only the faint watery rays of the street light on the corner swimming in through the rain. In the closet there was a stirring, a fumbling, a tearing, and the hole in the blackness grew, was forced, bigger, wider, as the thing pushed and ripped at whatever was barring it from the warm, red, oozing food it craved. It must have. It would have. And in a sudden gust, the wind blew harder still. Somewhere in town, blocks away, a wire fell, and blue sparks flashed and crackled in the dripping night. In Tommy's house, the refrigerator went off. The electric clock stopped. The streetlight blinked once and was gone. And in Tommy's closet, there was a sudden mighty surge of effort, a break, and something. Not a sound, but something. A harsh and bloody sense or feel of rending greed flowing outward from the closet in a wave. Aunt Martha in her sleep said, "No, oh no." Daddy interrupted a snore with a strained grunt. Mama whimpered softly and hugged to herself her swollen stomach. Tommy blinked and was awake. Soothingly, he patted Cokie, an old rabbit. He squeezed Mr. Bear's paw. Then he slipped his hand into the opening in Mr. Bear's overalls and took out Daddy's cigarette lighter. He knew how to work it. But first, he waited. Don't think about it, Daddy had told him, and he didn't think about it, really. But he couldn't help feeling it. The ugly thing was out, clear out of the hole now, and moving. He could feel that and the awful hunger moving with it. Aunt Martha's room was closest, and her door was open. Mama and Daddy's room was closed. The ugly thing moved fast, faster, and reached out, thirsting, hungering. From Aunt Martha's room came the quavering wail, and from the thing there flowed a sense of vicious, evil joy. There it was, but was it enough? Tommy hugged Mr. Bear once, tightly, and slipped noiselessly from the bed. He wasn't thinking about it. He couldn't. He wouldn't think about it. But he knew what he had to do. He had the lighter. At the bedroom door, he worked it. Opened the door a crack, thrust it out. And then, in a little rush, back to bed where he lay quietly, and he didn't think about it. He and Mr. Bear and old rabbit and Cokie Koala. After a little, the sense of feeding hunger was gone, and the feel of the ugly thing was gone, back into the hole in the closet, forced back by the flickering yellow light of the flames started by the cigarette lighter. Then, when the smell of smoke grew thick in the room, and he could hear the crackling of the fire burning the house, Tommy shook Daddy awake. It wasn't hard to get out through the bedroom window, except for Mama, but she made it all right. And Tommy had a little trouble holding tightly to each member of his family as Daddy lifted him out of the window. But they made it all right, too. Of course, Aunt Martha didn't make it. How could she? But it was fun watching the firemen in the rain from the Krausmeyer's porch next door as the house and the closet with the hole in the closet all burned up together. Aunt Martha? Funny thing, Tommy heard one fireman say to another the next day, in the sunshine as they looked over the smoldering ash. The old bat must have been as dry as dust inside. 20 years in the department, and I never did see a body so completely consumed. Teeth, a little bone. Hey, get on away from here, son. Get along on home with you. Daddy and Mama said Aunt Martha had gone away on a trip. Tommy might have known pretty well where she had gone, if he had thought about it, but he didn't think about it. None of his family did. What for? Aunt Martha had had to go away, sure. She went. All right. Who missed Aunt Martha? Anyway, there were lights in all of the closets in the new house they moved to, and lots of room for everyone, even baby's sister. And there were no holes, not even mouse holes, in any of the closets. End of Don't Think About It.
The Elixir of Life, from Weird Tales, July 1926, by Mark R. Schorer and August W. Derleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Elixir of Life, by Mark R. Schorer and August W. Derleth. The swinging lantern at the further end of the narrow street approached closer and closer the house of Monsieur Giurlani, the magician. The lackey who carried the bobbing light walked swiftly, spurred on by the mutterings of the hooded figure behind him. The night was lighted by the silvery moon hanging in the sky, yet but a single moonbeam penetrated the darkness of the straight alley. Monsieur Giurlani sat alone in a heavily curtained room, which he chose to call his laboratorium. The multicolored liquids in the numerous vials about the room were in odd contrast to the black drapes on all sides. On the oaken table, well toward the center of the room, stood 3 large retorts, 2 of them partly filled with colorless fluid. The only light in the room was that thrown by the fitful fire, from which the hungry flames leapt upward and licked the pot suspended from a tripod above them. The weird shadows danced grotesquely on the black drapettes. Monsieur Giurlani's shadow, too, was grotesque, for his long nose and straggly beard made it look for all the world like that of Mephistopheles. Monsieur Giurlani's gaze was fixed upon the hourglass on the shelf above the fireplace. He watched the grains of sand trickle slowly downward, half eagerly, half apprehensively, with the air of one who expected some event of import to occur. The flickering lantern in the street caught his eye, and he rose hurriedly and walked directly to the fireplace, where he stirred the boiling fluid in the vessel. The dull rap on the heavy door was answered by the soft padding of feet in the passageway. Monsieur Giurlani's Nubian servitor admitted the hooded figure and his lackey. There was a swish of curtains brushed aside, and the man stood in the room, his hood raised. "Monsieur Duca," faltered Giurlani. "Indeed it is I, Monsieur Giurlani." "You are on time, my lord." "It is my business to make that a point, monsieur." "But of course, my lord." "I have no doubt that my order is filled." His Magnificence, the Duc de Sforza, reached for the embroidered purse dangling from the belt about his doublet. "I greatly fear, your Excellency." The Duke waved a jeweled hand and silenced the wizard. "Come, come, Monsieur Giurlani, you, a magician? What is there for you to fear? Are you not aligned with Satan, the root of evil?" "But, my lord, I have not the elixir completed." "What, knave? Not completed? I am of half a mind to place your head on a pike pole. What is the reason for this?" "It is because I lack an ingredient, Excellency." "An ingredient? Blood of Satan, have I not given you orders to spare no sum in this manner? What ingredient is it you lack?" "It is one that gold cannot procure." "Name it. Play not with idle words." "The lifeblood of a child, Magnificence." "The lifeblood of a child?" "Indeed, my lord." The Duc de Sforza pondered a space. At length he glanced up. "Summon that lackey who admitted me." "As you say, Excellency." Monsieur Giurlani vanished between the curtains and returned almost at once, followed by the silent Nubian. "Order him to bring here for your use the first child he encounters on the streets of the city." "You heard, Nara?" The Nubian nodded and trod slowly from the room. Once more Monsieur Giurlani stirred the boiling liquid over the fire. He turned the hourglass about and faced the scowling Duke. "How long, Monsieur Giurlani, before the Elixir of Life will be completed?" "Until the hourglass drains thrice, Magnificence. The elixir is finished but for the blood of the child." His Excellency rose and lowered the black hood. He wrapped his cloak about him and stepped into the passageway. When the hourglass drains thrice, Monsieur Giurellani, I shall return. He was gone, and Monsieur Giurellani was alone again, watching the endless stream of sand in the hourglass. Incessantly trickled the sand in the glass. Twice the wizard turned it. Somewhere in the gloomy abode a door closed softly. Impatient and apprehensive, Monsieur Giurellani trod the oaken floor with a step that reverberated through the corridors without. The dancing flames of the fire increased the gloom by the fantastic show they threw about the chamber. There was no sound save the tread of the magician and the crackling fire. At length the draperies parted, and the swarthy Nubian entered, a naked child stretched limply upon his great arms. Silently he laid his burden upon the table. Monsieur Giurellani pointed to a case at the further end of the room, and muttered a command. The black turned and was lost in the dusk at the end of the room, where the flickering light could not penetrate. He reappeared out of the shadow, and the fitful flames flashed ominously on the sharp-edged blade he carried. He handed it to his master, and at the wizard's order he grasped the unconscious boy and moved toward the fireplace. The servant held the body firmly, and with an evil calmness the magician slashed the throat of the still form. The body quivered spasmodically as the red blood spurted from the gash into the seething liquid in the pot. Monsieur Giurellani reseated himself and stared meditatively into the flames. For a long time he sat thus, pondering. The body of the unfortunate child lay at full length on the table, covered with a heavy cloth. At length the alchemist started up and replenished the fire, and turned the hourglass. As he turned from the fireplace, he faced the Duke de Sforza, who had entered silently. The firelight flickered horribly on his drawn features. "Quick, Monsieur Giurellani, the elixir!" "A space, Monsieur Duca, a space!" The wizard grasped a goblet and walked quickly to the fireplace. He bent over the pot and dipped out a bit of the life-giving fluid. There was a rattle of coins as his magnificence cast his pouch full of ducats upon the table. Monsieur Giurellani took it eagerly and surrendered the elixir. The Duke waited a time for the elixir to cool, then raised the goblet to his lips and drained it. "Faugh! It is a filthy taste, monsieur, but if it accomplishes half of what is said about it, its taste is pardonable." "And that it will, my lord." "Another goblet, Monsieur Giurellani. I must make haste, for this night has my youngest son escaped his nurse, and is now at large in the byways of Milan." "At once, Excellency." "What is it you have beneath the cloth upon the table, monsieur?" "It is the dead child, Magnificence. Your love of life has deprived him of it." The Duke drained the goblet. He rose, pulled his cloak about him, and started for the door, only to halt before the curtain. He walked slowly back and stood before the silent form beneath the cloth. Tentatively, he stretched forth a hand, but withdrew it. "For 3 hours have we searched for my son, Monsieur Giurellani." Again he stretched forth a hand, and again he hesitated. Monsieur Giurellani said nothing, but his face betrayed his thoughts. Suddenly, spasmodically, the Duke snatched away the coverlet, but his nerveless fingers dropped the cloth as if it were fire. He shouted hoarsely and recoiled from the accusing body. His face blanched. He gave a low moan and stared about for the magician. But Monsieur Girolani had gone, and he was alone with the mutilated body of his own son, whose blood was the elixir of life. The end of The Elixir of Life by Mark R. Schorer and August W. Derleth.
The Ghosts of Craig-Aulnaic by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Light Crystal. The Ghosts of Craig-Aulnaic by Anonymous. Two celebrated ghosts existed once on a time in the wilds of Craig-Aulnaic, a romantic place in the district of Strathdown, Banffshire. The one was a male and the other a female. The male was called Bahuna Mawa Ben Banak, after one of the mountains of Glenavon, where at one time he resided, and the female was called Clashnich Aulnaic, from her having had her abode in Craig-Aulnaic. But although the great ghost of Ben Banak was bound by the common ties of nature and of honour to protect and cherish his weaker companion, Clashnich Aulnaic, yet he often treated her in the most cruel and unfeeling manner. In the dead of night, when the surrounding hamlets were buried in deep repose, and when nothing else disturbed the solemn stillness of the midnight scene, oft would the shrill shrieks of poor Clashnich burst upon the slumberer's ears, and awake him to anything but pleasant reflections. But of all those who were incommoded by the noisy and unseemly quarrels of these two ghosts, James Ara, or Gray, the tenant of the farm of Balbig of Delnabo, was the greatest sufferer. From the proximity of his abode to their haunts, it was the misfortune of himself and family to be the nightly audience of Clashnich cries and lamentations, which they considered anything but agreeable entertainment. One day, as James Gray was on his rounds looking after his sheep, he happened to fall in with Clashnich, the ghost of Aulnaic, with whom he entered into a long conversation. In the course of it, he took occasion to remonstrate with her on the very disagreeable disturbance she caused himself and family by her wild and unearthly cries, which, he said, few mortals could relish in the dreary hours of midnight. Poor Clashnich, by way of apology for her conduct, gave James Gray a sad account of her usage, detailing at full length the series of cruelties committed upon her by Ben Banak. From this account, it appeared that her living with the latter was by no means a matter of choice with Clashnich. On the contrary, it seemed that she had, for a long time, lived apart with much comfort, residing in a snug dwelling, as already mentioned, in the wilds of Craig-Aulnaic. But Ben Banak, having unfortunately taken into his head to pay her a visit, took a fancy not to herself but to a dwelling, of which, in his own name and authority, he took immediate possession, and soon after he expelled poor Clashnich with many stripes from her natural inheritance. Not satisfied with invading and depriving her of her just rights, he was in the habit of following her into her private haunts, not with the view of offering her any endearments, but for the purpose of inflicting on her person every torment which his brain could invent. Such a moving relation could not fail to affect the generous heart of James Gray, who determined from that moment to risk life and limb in order to vindicate the rights and avenge the wrongs of poor Clashnich, the ghost of Craig-Aulnaic. He therefore took good care to interrogate his new protege touching the nature of her oppressor's constitution, whether he was of that killable species of ghost that could be shot with a silver sixpence, or if there was any other weapon that could possibly accomplish his annihilation. Clachnitch informed him that she had occasion to know that Ben-by-Nak was wholly invulnerable to all the weapons of man, with the exception of a large mole on his left breast, which was no doubt penetrable by silver or steel, but that, from the specimens she had of his personal prowess and strength, it were vain for mere man to attempt to combat him, confiding, however, in his expertness as an archer, for he was allowed to be the best marksman of the age. James Gray told Clachnitch he did not fear him with all his might, that he was a man, and desired her, moreover, next time the ghost chose to repeat his incivilities to her, to apply to him, James Gray, for redress. It was not long ere he had an opportunity of fulfilling his promises. Ben-by-Nak, having one night, in the want of better amusement, entertained himself by inflicting an inhuman castigation on Clachnitch. She lost no time in waiting on James Gray with a full and particular account of it. She found him smoking his cutty, for it was night when she came to him. But notwithstanding the inconvenience of the hour, James needed no great persuasion to induce him to proceed directly along with Clachnitch to hold a communing with their friend, Ben-by-Nak, the great ghost. Clachnitch was stout and sturdy, and understood the knack of travelling much better than our women do. She expressed a wish that, for the sake of expedition, James Gray would suffer her to bear him along, a motion to which the latter agreed, and a few minutes brought them close to the scene of Ben-by-Nak's residence. As they approached his haunt, he came forth to meet them, with looks and gestures which did not at all indicate a cordial welcome. It was a fine moonlight night, and they could easily observe his actions. Poor Clachnitch was now sorely afraid of the great ghost. Apprehending instant destruction from his fury, she exclaimed to James Gray that they would be both dead people, and that immediately, unless James Gray hit with an arrow to the mole which covered Ben-by-Nak's heart. This was not so difficult a task as James had hitherto apprehended it. The mole was as large as a common bonnet, and yet no wise disproportioned to the natural size of the ghost's body, for he certainly was a great and a mighty ghost. Ben-by-Nak cried out to James Gray that he would soon make eagle's meat of him, and certain it is, such was his intention, had not the shepherd so effectually stopped him from the execution of it. Raising his bow to his eye when within a few yards of Ben-by-Nak, he took deliberate aim. The arrow flew, it hit. A yell from Ben-by-Nak announced the result. A hideous howl re-echoed from the surrounding mountains, responsive to the groans of 1,000 ghosts, and Ben-by-Nak, like the smoke of a shot, vanished into air. Clachnitch, the ghost of Aulnaic, now found herself emancipated from the most abject state of slavery, and restored to freedom and liberty through the invincible courage of James Gray. Overpowered with gratitude, she fell at his feet and vowed to devote the whole of her time and talents towards his service and prosperity. Meanwhile, being anxious to have her remaining goods and furniture removed to her former dwelling, she had been so iniquitously expelled by Ben-by-Nak, the great ghost, she requested of her new master the use of his horses to remove them. James, observing on the adjacent hill a flock of deer, and wishing to have a trial of his new servant's sagacity or expertness, told her those were his horses. She was welcome to the use of them, desiring that when she had done with them, she would enclose them in his stable. Clachnitch then proceeded to make use of the horses, and James Gray returned home to enjoy his night's rest. Scarce had he reached his armchair, and reclined his cheek on his hand to ruminate over the bold adventure of the night, when Clachnitch entered, with her breath in her throat, and venting the bitterest complaints of the unruliness of his horses, which had broken one half of her furniture, and caused her more trouble in the stabling of them than her services were worth. Oh, they are stabled then? Inquired James Gray. Clachnitch replied in the affirmative. Very well, rejoined James. They shall be tame enough tomorrow. From this specimen of Clachnitch, the Ghosts of Craig-Aulnaic's expertness, it will be seen what a valuable acquisition her service proved to James Gray and his young family. They were, however, speedily deprived of her assistance by a most unfortunate accident. From the sequel of the story, from which the foregoing is an extract, it appears that poor Clachnitch was deeply addicted to propensities which, at that time, rendered her kin so obnoxious to their human neighbours. She was constantly in the habit of visiting her friends much oftener than she was invited, and, in the course of such visits, was never very scrupulous in making free with any eatables which fell within the circle of her observation. One day, while engaged on a foraging expedition of this description, she happened to enter the mill of Den Nebo, which was inhabited in those days by the miller's family. She found his wife engaged in roasting a large gridiron of fine savoury fish, the agreeable smell proceeding from which perhaps occasioned her visit. With the usual inquiries after the health of the miller and his family, Clachnitch proceeded with the greatest familiarity and good humour to make herself comfortable at their expense, but the miller's wife, enraged at the loss of her fish, and not relishing such unwelcome familiarity, punished the unfortunate Clachnitch rather too severely for her freedom. It happened that there was at the time a large cauldron of boiling water suspended over the fire, and this cauldron the enraged wife overturned in Clachnitch's bosom. Scolded beyond recovery, she fled up the wild to Craig-Aulnaic, uttering the most melancholy lamentations, nor has she been ever heard of since.
End of The Ghosts of Craig-Aulnaic.
The Golgotha Dancers by Manly Wade Wellman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzynski. The Golgotha Dancers by Manly Wade Wellman. I had come to the Art Museum to see the special show of Goya prints, but that particular gallery was so crowded that I could hardly get in, much less see or save or anything, wherefore I walked out again. I wandered through the other wings with their rows and rows of oils, their Greek and Roman sculptures, their stern ranks of medieval armors, their Oriental porcelains, their Egyptian gods. At length, by chance and not by design, I came to the head of a certain rear stairway. Other habitués of the museum will know the one I mean when I remind them that Arnold Böcklin's The Isle of the Dead hangs on the wall of the landing. I started down, relishing in advance the impression Böcklin's picture would make, with its high brown rocks and black poplars, its midnight sky and gloomy film of sea, its single white figure erect in the bow of a beach-nosing skiff. But as I descended, I saw that the Isle of the Dead was not in its accustomed position on the wall. In that space, arresting even in the bad light and from the up angle of the stairs, hung a gilt-framed painting I had never seen or heard of in all my museum-haunting years. I gazed at it, one will imagine, all the way down to the landing. Then I had a close searching look and a final appraising stare from the lip of the landing above the lower half of the flight. So far as I can learn, and I have been diligent in my research, the thing is unknown even to the best informed of art experts. Perhaps it is as well that I describe it in detail. It seemed to represent action upon a small plateau or table rock, drab and bare, with a twilight sky deepening into a starless evening. This setting, restrainedly worked up in blue grays and blue blacks, was not the first thing to catch the eye, however. The front of the picture was filled with lively dancing creatures, as pink and plump and naked as cherubs, and as patently evil as the meditations of Satan in his rare idle moments. I counted those dancers. There were 12 of them, ranged in a half circle, and they were cavorting in evident glee around a central object, a prone cross, which appeared to be made of 2 stout logs with some of the bark still upon them. To this cross, a pair of the pink things, that makes 14, kneeling and swinging blocky-looking hammers or mauls, spiked a human figure. I say human when I speak of that figure, and I withhold the word in describing the dancers and their hammer-wielding fellows. There is a reason. The supine victim on the cross was a beautifully represented male body, as clear and anatomically correct as an illustration in a surgical textbook. The head was writhed around as if in pain, and I could not see the face or its expression. But in the tortured tenseness of the muscles, in the slaty white sheen of the skin with jagged streaks of vivid gore upon it, agonized nature was plain and doubly plain. I could almost see the painted limbs writhe against the transfixing nails. By the same token, the dancers and hammerers were so dynamically done as to seem half in motion before my eyes. So much for the sound skill of the painter. Yet, where the crucified prisoner was all clarity, these others were all fog. No lines, no angles, no muscles. Their features could not be seen or sensed. I was not even sure if they had hair or not. It was as if each was picked out with a ray of light in that surrounding dusk. Light that revealed and yet shimmered indistinctly. Light, too, that had absolutely nothing of comfort or honesty in it. "Hold on there!" came a sharp challenge from the stairs behind and below me. "What are you doing? And what's that picture doing?" I started so that I almost lost my footing and fell upon the speaker, one of the museum guards. He was a slight old fellow, and his thin hair was gray, but he advanced upon me with all the righteous angry pluck of a beefy policeman. His attitude surprised and nettled me. "I was going to ask somebody that same question," I told him as austerely as I could imagine. "What about this picture? I thought there was a Backlund hanging here." The guard relaxed his forbidding attitude at first sound of my voice. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I thought you were somebody else. The man who brought that thing." He nodded at the picture, and the hostile glare came back into his eyes. "It so happened that he talked to me first, then to the curator. Said it was art, great art, and the museum must have it." He lifted his shoulders in a shrug or a shudder. "Personally, I think it's plain beastly." So it was. I grew aware as I looked at it again. "And the museum accepted it at last?" I prompted. He shook his head. "Oh, no, sir. An hour ago he was at the back door with that nasty daub there under his arm. I heard part of the argument. He got insulting, and he was told to clear out and take his picture with him. But he must have got in here somehow and hung it himself." Walking close to the painting, as gingerly as though he expected the pink dancers to leap out at him, he pointed to the lower edge of the frame. "If it was a real museum piece, we'd have a plate right there, with the name of the painter and the title." I, too, came close. There was no plate, just as the guard had said. But in the lower left-hand corner of the canvas were sprawling capitals, pale paint on the dark, spelling out the word Golgotha. Beneath these, in a small, barely readable script, I sold my soul that I might paint a living picture. No signature or other clue to the artist's identity. The guard had discovered a great framed rectangle against the wall to one side. "Here's the picture he took down," he informed me, highly relieved. "Help me put it back up, will you, sir? And do you suppose," here he grew almost wistful, "that we could get rid of this other thing before someone finds I let the crazy fool slip past me?" I took one edge of the Isle of the Dead and lifted it to help him hang it once more. "Tell you what," I offered on sudden impulse, "I'll take this Golgotha piece home with me if you like." "Would you do that?" he almost yelled out in his joy at the suggestion. "Would you, to oblige me?" "To oblige myself," I returned. "I need another picture at my place." And the upshot of it was, He smuggled me and the unwanted painting out of the museum. Never mind how. I have done quite enough as it is to jeopardize his job and my own welcome up there. It was not until I had paid off my taxi and lugged the unwieldy parallelogram of canvas and wood upstairs to my bachelor apartment that I bothered to wonder if it might be valuable. I never did find out, but from the first I was deeply impressed. Hung over my own fireplace, it looked as large and living as a scene glimpsed through a window, or perhaps on a stage in a theater. The capering pink bodies caught new lights from my lamp, lights that glossed and intensified their shape and color, but did not reveal any new details. I pored once more over the cryptic legend. I sold my soul that I might paint a living picture. A living picture? Was it that? I could not answer. For all my honest delight in such things, I cannot be called expert or even knowing as regards art. Did I even like the Golgotha painting? I could not be sure of that either, and the rest of the inscription about selling a soul. I was considerably intrigued by that, and let my thoughts ramble on the subject of Satanist complexes and the vagaries of half-crazy painters. As I read that evening, I glanced up again and again at my new possession. Sometimes it seemed ridiculous, sometimes sinister. Shortly after midnight, I rose, gazed once more, and then turned out the parlor lamp. For a moment, or so it seemed, I could see those dancers, so many dim pink silhouettes in the sudden darkness. I went to the kitchen for a bit of whiskey and water, and thence to my bedroom. I had dreams. In them I was a boy again, and my mother and sister were leaving the house to go to a theater where, think of it, Richard Mansfield would play Beau Brummel. I, the youngest, was told to stay at home and mind the troublesome furnace. I wept copiously in my disappointed loneliness, and then Mansfield himself stalked in full Brummel regalia. He laughed goldenly and stretched out his hand in warm greeting. I, the lad of my dreams, put out my own hand, then was frightened when he would not loosen his grip. I tugged, and he laughed again. The gold of his laughter turned suddenly hard, cold. I tugged with all my strength and woke. Something held me tight by the wrist. In my first half moment of wakefulness, I was aware that the room was filled with the pink dancers of the picture, in nimble, fierce, happy motion. They were man-sized, too, or nearly so, visible in the dark with the dim radiance of foxfire. On the small scale of the painting, they had seemed no more than babyishly plump. Now they were gross, like huge erect toads. And as I awakened fully, they were closing in, a menacing ring of them, around my bed. One stood at my right side, and its grip, clumsy and rubbery hard like that of a monkey, was closed upon my arm. I saw and sensed all this, as I say, in a single moment. With the sensing came the realization of peril, so great that I did not stop to wonder at the uncanniness of my visitors. I tried frantically to jerk loose. For the moment I did not succeed, and as I thrashed about, throwing my body nearly across the bed, a second dancer dashed in from the left. It seized and clamped my other arm. I felt, rather than heard, a wave of soft, wordless merriment from them all. My heart and sinews seemed to fail, and briefly I lay still in a daze of horror, pinned down, crucifix fashion, between my two captors. Was that a hammer raised above me as I sprawled? There rushed and swelled into me the sudden, startled strength that sometimes favors the desperate. I screamed like any wild thing caught in a trap, rolled somehow out of bed and to my feet. One of the beings I shook off, and the other I dashed against the bureau. Freed, I made for the bedroom door and the front of the apartment, stumbling and staggering on fear-weakened legs. One of the dim, shining pink things barred my way at the very threshold, and the others were closing in behind, as if for a sudden rush. I flung my right fist with all my strength and weight. The being bobbed back unresistingly before my smash, like a rubber toy floating through water. I plunged past, reached the entry, and fumbled for the knob of the outer door. They were all about me then, their rubbery palms fumbling at my shoulders, my elbows, my pajama jacket. They would have dragged me down before I could negotiate the lock. A racking shudder possessed me and seemed to flick them clear. Then I stumbled against a stand, and purely by good luck, my hand fell upon a bamboo walking stick. I yelled again, in truly hysterical fierceness, and laid about me as with a whip. My blows did little or no damage to those unearthly assailants, but they shrank back, teetering and dancing to a safe distance. Again I had the sense that they were laughing, mocking. For the moment I had beaten them off, but they were sure of me in the end. Just then my groping freehand pressed a switch. The entry sprang into light. On the instant they were not there. Somebody was knocking outside. With trembling fingers I turned the knob of the door. In came a tall, slender girl with a blue lounging robe caught hurriedly around her. Her bright hair was disordered, as though she had just sprung from her bed. "Is someone sick?" she asked in a breathless voice. "I live down the hall. I heard cries." Her round blue eyes were studying my face, which must have been ghastly pale. "You see, I'm a trained nurse, and perhaps—" "Thank God you did come," I broke in unceremoniously but honestly, and went before her to turn on every lamp in the parlor. It was she who, without guidance, searched out my whiskey and siphon and mixed for me a highball of grateful strength. My teeth rang nervously on the edge of the glass as I gulped it down. After that I got my own robe, a becoming one with satin facings, and sat with her on the divan to tell of my adventure. When I had finished, she gazed long at the painting of the dancers, then back at me. Her eyes, like two chips of the April sky, were full of concern, and she held her rosy lower lip between her teeth. I thought that she was wonderfully pretty. "What a perfectly terrible nightmare," she said. "It was no nightmare," I protested. She smiled and argued the point, telling me all manner of comforting things about mental associations and their reflections in vivid dreams. To clinch her point, she turned to the painting. "This line about a living picture is the peg on which your slumbering mind hung the whole fabric," she suggested, her slender fingertip touching the painted scribble. "Your very literal subconscious self didn't understand that the artist meant his picture would live only figuratively." "Are you sure that's what the artist meant?" I asked, but finally I let her convince me. One can imagine how badly I wanted to be convinced. She mixed me another highball and a short one for herself. Over it she told me her name, Miss Dolby, and finally she left me with a last comforting assurance. But, nightmare or no, I did not sleep again that night. I sat in the parlor among the lamps, smoking and dipping into book after book. Countless times I felt my gaze drawn back to the painting over the fireplace, with the cross and the nail-pierced wretch and the shimmering pink dancers. After the rising sun had filled the apartment with its honest light and cheer, I felt considerably calmer. I slept all morning, and in the afternoon was disposed to agree with Miss Dolby that the whole business had been a bad dream, nothing more. Dressing, I went down the hall, knocked on her door, and invited her to dinner with me. It was a good dinner. Afterward, we went to an amusing motion picture with Charles Butterworth in it, as I remember. After bidding her good night, I went to my own place, undressed, and in bed I lay awake. My late morning slumber made my eyes slow to close. Thus it was that I heard the faint shuffle of feet, and sitting up against my pillows, saw the glowing silhouettes of the Golgotha Dancers. Alive and magnified, they were creeping into my bedroom. I did not hesitate or shrink this time. I sprang up, tense and defiant. "No, you don't!" I yelled at them, as they seemed to hesitate before the impact of my wild voice. I charged frantically. For a moment I scattered them, and got through the bedroom door as on the previous night. There was another shindy in the entry. This time they all got hold of me like a pack of hounds, and wrestled me back against the wall. I writhe even now when I think of the unearthly hardness of their little gripping paws. 2 on each arm were spread-eagling me upon the plaster, the cruciform position again. I swore, yelled, and kicked. One of them was in the way of my foot. He floated back unhurt. That was their strength and horror, their ability to go flabby and non-resistant under smashing, flattening blows. Something tickled my palm, pricked it. The point of a spike. "Miss Dolby!" I shrieked, as a child might call for its mother. "Help, Miss—" The door flew open. I must not have locked it. "Here I am," came her unafraid reply. She was outlined against the rectangle of light from the hall. My assailants let go of me to dance toward her. She gasped, but did not scream. I staggered along the wall, touched a light switch, and the parlor just beyond us flared into visibility. Miss Dolby and I ran to the lamp, rallying there as Stone Age folk must have rallied at their fire to face the monsters of the night. I looked at her. She was still fully dressed as I had left her, apparently had been sitting up. Her rouge made flat patches on her pale cheeks, but her eyes were level. This time the dancers did not retreat or vanish. They lurked in the comparative gloom of the entry, jigging and trembling as if mustering their powers and resolutions for another rush at us. "You see?" I chattered out to her. "It wasn't a nightmare." She spoke, not in reply, but as if to herself. "They have no faces," she whispered. "No faces." In the half-light that was diffused upon them from our lamp, they presented the featurelessness of so many huge gingerbread boys, covered with pink icing. One of them, some kind of leader, pressed forward within the circle of the light. It daunted him a bit. He hesitated, but did not retreat. From my center table, Miss Dolby had picked up a bright paper cutter. She poised it with the assurance of one who knows how to handle cutting instruments. "When they come," she said steadily, "let's stand close together. We'll be harder to drag down that way." I wanted to shout my admiration of her fearless front toward the dreadful beings, my thankfulness for her quick run to my rescue. All I could mumble was, "You're mighty brave." She turned for a moment to look at the picture above my dying fire. My eyes followed hers. I think I expected to see a blank canvas, find that the painted dancers had vanished from it and had grown into the living ones. But they were still in the picture, and the cross and the victim were there too. Miss Dolby read aloud the inscription. A living picture. The artist knew what he was talking about after all. Couldn't a living picture be killed, I wondered. It sounded uncertain, and a childish quibble to boot, but Miss Dolby exclaimed triumphantly as at an inspiration. "Killed? Yes!" she shouted. She sprang at the picture, darting out with the paper cutter. The point ripped into one of the central figures in the dancing semicircle. All the crowd in the entry seemed to give a concerted throb as of startled protest. I swung, heart racing, to front them again. What had happened? Something had changed, I saw. The intrepid leader had vanished. No, he had not drawn back into the group. He had vanished. Miss Dolby, too, had seen. She struck again, gashed the painted representation of another dancer, and this time the vanishing happened before my eyes. A creature at the rear of the group went out of existence as suddenly and completely as though a light had blinked out. The others, driven by their danger, rushed. I met them, feet planted. I tried to embrace them all at once, went over backward under them. I struck, wrenched, tore. I think I even bit something grisly and bloodless like fungoid tissue, but I refused to remember for certain. One or two of the forms struggled past me and grappled Miss Dolby. I struggled to my feet and pulled them back from her. There were not so many swarming after me now. I fought hard before they got me down again, and Miss Dolby kept tearing and stabbing at the canvas again. Clutches melted from my throat, my arms. There were only 2 dancers left. I flung them back and rose. Only one left. Then none. They were gone into nowhere. "That did it," said Miss Dolby breathlessly. She had pulled the picture down. It was only a frame now, with ragged ribbons of canvas dangling from it. I snatched it out of her hands and threw it upon the coals of the fire. "Look," I urged her joyfully. "It's burning. That's the end. Do you see?" "Yes, I see," she answered slowly. "Some fiend-ridden artist, his evil genius, brought it to life." "The inscription is the literal truth, then," I supplied. "Truth no more." She bent to watch the burning. "As the painted figures were destroyed, their incarnations faded." We said nothing further, but sat down together and gazed as the flames ate the last thread of fabric, the last splinter of wood. Finally, we looked up again and smiled at each other. All at once I knew that I loved her. End of The Golgotha Dancers.
In the Dark by Ronald Kaser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Cook. In the Dark by Ronald Kaser. It was a tale of sheer horror that old Asa Gregg poured into the dictaphone. The watchman's flashlight printed a white circle on the frosted glass, black-lettered door. Gregg Chemical Company Manufacturers. Asa Gregg, President. Private. The watchman's hand closed on the knob, rattled the door in its frame. Queer, but tonight the sound had seemed to have come from in there. But that couldn't be. He knew that Mr. Gregg and Miss Carruthers carried the only keys to the office, so any intruder would have been forced to smash the lock. Maybe the sound came from the storage room. The watchman clumped along the rubber-matted corridor, flung his weight against that door. It opened hard, being of ponderous metal fitted into a cork casing. The room was an airtight, fireproof vault, really. His shoes gritted on the concrete floor as he prowled along the big porcelain vats. The flashlight bored through bluish haze to the concrete walls. Acid fumes escaping under the vat lids made the haze and seared the man's throat. He hurried out, coughing and wiping his eyes. It was damn funny. Every night lately he heard the same peculiar noise somewhere in this wing of the building. Like a body groaning and turning in restless sleep, it was. It scared him. He didn't mention the mystery to anyone, though. He was an old man, and he didn't want Mr. Gregg to think he was getting too old for the job. "Ace'd think I was crazy if I told him about it," he mumbled. Inside the office, Asa Gregg heard the muttered words plainly. He sat very still in the big, leather-cushioned chair, hardly breathing until the scrape of the watchman's feet had thinned away down the hall. There was no light in the room to betray him, only the cherry-colored tip of his cigar, which couldn't be visible through the frosted glass door. Anyway, it'd be an hour before the watchman's round brought him past the office again. Asa Gregg had that hour, if he could screw up his nerve to use it. He took the frayed end of the cigar from his mouth. His hand, which had wasted to mere skin and bones these past few months, groped through the darkness, slid over the polished coolness of the dictaphone hood, and snapped the switch. Machinery faintly whirred, and his fingers found the tube. Lifted it. "Miss Carruthers!" he snapped. Then he hesitated. Surely he could trust Miss Mary Carruthers. He'd never wondered about her before. She'd been his secretary for a dozen years. Lately, since he couldn't look after affairs himself as he used to, she had practically run the business. She was 40, sensible, unbeautiful, and tight-lipped. Hell, he had to trust her. His voice plunged into the darkness. "What I have to say now is intended for Miss Gregg's ears only. She will take the first boat home, of course. Meet that boat and bring her to the office. Since my wife knows nothing about the dictaphone, it will be necessary for you to set this record running. As soon as you have done so, leave her alone in the room. Make sure she's not interrupted for a half hour, that's all." He waited a decent interval. The invisible needle peeled its thread into the revolving wax cylinder. "Jeanette," muttered Asa Gregg, and hesitated again. This wasn't going to be easy to say. He decided to begin matter-of-factly. "As you probably know, my will and the insurance policies are in the vault at the First National. I believe you will find all of my papers in excellent order. If any questions arise, consult Miss Carruthers. What I have to say to you now is purely personal. I feel, my dear, that I owe you an explanation. That is, God, it came harder than he'd expected. Jeanette, he started in afresh. You remember 3 years ago when I was in the hospital? You were in Palm Beach at the time, and I wired that there'd been an accident here at the plant. That wasn't strictly so. The fact is, I'd gotten mixed up with a girl. He paused, shivering. In the darkness, a picture of Dot swam before him. The oval face, framed by gleaming swirls of lemon-tinted hair, had pouting scarlet lips and eyes whose allure was intensified by violet makeup. The full-length picture of her included a streamlined, full-blossomed, and yet delectably lithe body. A costly, enticing, Broadway chorus orchid. As a matter of fact, that was where he'd found her. I won't make any excuses for myself, Asa Gregg said harshly. I might point out that you were always in Florida, or Bermuda, or France, and that I was a lonely man. But it wasn't just loneliness, and I didn't seek companionship. I thought I was making a last bow to romance. I was successful, 60, and silly, and I did all the damn fool things. I even wrote letters to her. Popsy-wopsy letters. The dictaphone couldn't record the grimace that jerked off his lips. She saved them, of course, and by she put a price on them. $10,000. Dot claimed that one of the filthy tabloids had offered her that much for them, and what was a poor working girl to do? She lied. I knew that. I told her to bring the letters to the office after business hours, and I'd take care of her. I took care of her, all right. I shot her, Jeanette. He mopped his face with a handkerchief that was already damp. Not on account of the money, you understand. It was the things she said, after she had tucked the bills into her purse. Vile things, about the way she had earned it 10 times over by enduring my beastly kisses. I had really loved that girl, and I'd thought she'd care for me a little. It was her hate that maddened me, and I got the gun out of my desk drawer. Asa Gregg reached through the darkness for the switch. He fumbled for the bottle which stood on the desk. His hand trembled, spilling some of the liquor onto his lap. He drank from the bottle. This part of the story he'd skip. It was too horrible even to think about it. He didn't want to remember how the blood pooled inside Dot's fur coat, and how he'd managed to carry the body out of the office without leaking any of her blood onto the floor. He tried to forget the musky sweetness of the perfume on the dead girl, mingled with that other evil blood smell. Especially he didn't want to remember the frightful time he'd had stripping the gold rings from her fingers and the one gold tooth in her head. The horror of it coiled in the blackness about him. His own teeth rattled against the bottle when he gulped the second drink. He snapped the switch savagely, but when he spoke his voice cringed into the tube. I carried her into the storage room. I got the lid off one of the acid tanks. The vat contained an acid powerful enough to destroy anything, except gold. In fact, the vat itself had to be lined with gold leaf. I knew that in 24 hours there wouldn't be a recognizable body left, and in a week there wouldn't be anything at all. No matter what the police suspected, they couldn't prove a murder charge without a corpus delicti. And I had committed the perfect crime, except for one thing. I didn't realize that there'd be a splash when she went into the vat. Greg laughed, not pleasantly. His wife might think it'd been a sob when she heard this record. Now you understand why I went to the hospital, he jerked. Possibly you'd call that poetic justice. Oh, God. His voice broke. Again he thumbed off the switch and mopped his face with the damp linen. The rest. How could he explain the rest of it? He spent a long minute arranging his thoughts. You haven't any idea, he resumed. No one has any idea of how I've been punished for the thing I did. I don't mean the sheer physical agony, but the fear that I'd talk coming out of the ether at the hospital. The fear that she'd been traced to my office. I'd simply hidden her rings away, expecting to drop them into the river, or that she might have confided in her lover. Yes, she had one. Or, suppose a whopping big order came through and the tank was empty the very next day, and I couldn't ask any questions. I didn't even know what was in the papers. However, that part of it gradually cleared up. I quizzed Miss Carruthers and learned that an unidentified female body had been fished out of the East River a few days after Dot disappeared. That's how the police solved the case. I got rid of her rings. I ordered that vat left alone. The other thing began about 6 months ago. A spasm contorted his face. His fingers ached their grip into the dictaphone tube. Jeanette, you remember when I began to object to the radio? How I'd shout at you to turn it off in the middle of a program? You thought I was ill and worried about business. You were wrong. The thing that got me was hearing her voice. He gripped the cold cigar, chewed it. It's very strange that you didn't notice it. No matter what station we dialed to, always that same voice came stealing into the room. But perhaps you did notice. You said, once or twice, that all those blues singers sounded alike. And she was a blues singer. It was she, all right, somewhere out in the ether, reminding me. The next thing was, well, at first when I noticed it in the office, I thought Miss Carruthers had suddenly taken up with young ideas. You see, I kept smelling perfume. And he smelled it now. It was like a miasma in the dark. It isn't anything that Carruthers wears, he grated. It comes from, yes, the storage room. I realized that about a month ago. Just after you sailed, one night I stayed late at the office, and I went in there. It seemed to be the strongest around the vat. Her vat. And I lifted the lid. The sweet, sticky musk smell hit me like a blow in the face. And that isn't all. Terror stalked in this room. Asa Gregg crouched in his chair, felt the weight of fear on him like a submarine pressure. His cigar pitched to his knees, dropped to the floor. You won't believe this, Jeanette. He hammered the words like nails into the darkness in front of him. You will say that it's impossible. I know that. It is impossible. It is a physiological absurdity. It contradicts the laws of natural science. But I saw something on the bottom of that vat. He groped for the bottle. His wife would hear a long gurgle and then a coughing gasp. The vat was nearly full of this transparent, oily acid, he went on. What I saw was a lot of sediment on the golden floor, and there shouldn't have been any sediment. The stuff utterly dissolves animal tissue, bone, and even the common ores, keeps them in suspension. It didn't look like sediment either. It looked like a heap of mold. Grave mold. I replaced the lid. I spent a week convincing myself that it was all impossible, that I couldn't have seen anything of the sort. Then I went to the vat again. Silence hung in the darkness while he sucked wind into his lungs, and the words burst, separate, yammering shrieks. I looked, night after night. For hours at a time I've watched the change. Did you ever see a body decompose? Of course not. Neither have I. But you must know in a general way what the process is. Well, this has been the exact opposite. First I stared at the heap of grave mold as it shaped itself into bones, a skeleton. I watched the coming of hair, a yellow tangle of it sprouting from the bare round skull, until, oh God, the flesh began making itself before my eyes. I couldn't bear any more. I stayed away, didn't come to the office for 5 days. The tube slipped from his sweating, slick fingers. Panting, Asa Gregg fumbled in the dark until he found it. Exhaustion, not self-control, flattened his voice to a deadly monotone. I tried to think of a way out, if I could fish the corpse out of the tank, but I couldn't smuggle it out of the plant alone. You know that, and so do I. Besides, what would be the use? If acid can't kill her, nothing can. That's why I can't have the lid cemented on. It wouldn't do any good either. Until 3 days ago, she hadn't the least color. Looked as white as a ghost in the vat. A naked ghost. Because there's been no resurrection for her clothing. I've watched her limbs grow rosy. Her lips are scarlet. Her eyes are bright. They opened yesterday, and her breasts were rising and falling. Oh, almost imperceptibly. But that was last night. And tonight, I swear it, her lips moved. She muttered my name. She turned. She'd been lying on her side, over onto her back. The record would be badly blurred. His hands shook violently, bobbled the tube against his lips. Greg braced his elbows against the desk. "She isn't dead," he choked. "She's only asleep. Not very soundly asleep. She's waking up." The invisible needle quivered as it traced several noises. There was his tortured breathing, and the clawing of his fingernails rattling over the desk. The drawer clicked as it opened. The loud click was the cocking of the revolver. "Soon she's going to get out of that vat," Greg bleated. "Jeanette, forgive me. God, forgive me. But I will not. I cannot. I dare not stay here to see her then." The sound of the shot brought the watchman stumbling along the corridor. He crashed against the office door. It banged open in a shower of falling frosted glass. The watchman's flashlight severed the darkness and printed its white circle on the face of Asa Gregg. He had fallen back into the chair, a blackish gout of blood running from the hole in his temple. He stared sightlessly into the light with his eyes that were two gnarls of shrunken brown flesh, like knots in a pine board. Asa Gregg was blind. Had been, since that night 3 years past when the acid splashed. End of In the Dark by Ronald Kaser. Read by Frank Cook.
McGill's Appointment by Elise Ellis. From Weird Tales, January 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. McGill's Appointment by Elise Ellis. Flighty McGill entered the warden's office and saluted him. "McGill," said Warden Fowles, "you seem very anxious to get a parole this week." "Yes, sir, I am," said McGill. "You said you had an appointment to keep outside," said the warden. "Yes, sir." "Will you tell me what sort of appointment it is?" "It's pretty personal, sir." You wanted to get out so you could get to the city tonight, didn't you?" "Yes, sir, I did." Well, I have an idea what you wanted to do when you got out," said the warden. There was a touch of melody in his voice. He reached for the telephone. "You're not getting parole today or for 20 years, McGill," he said. "You can make up your mind to that." "I had done so, sir," said McGill. "You see, sir, we inside hear at least a little of what happens outside." "Take that chair," ordered the warden roughly. The clock said 9, and the moonlight that fell for honest people lay on the floor of the office, like a lake. McGill looked at it and smiled faintly. Then a spasm crossed his face. His appointment was at 9. McGill gripped the arms of his chair tightly, seeming to pray for a moment, and then the warden saw him rest his forehead on his hands. The connection the warden wanted was made. "Here is District Attorney Downey," said the operator. The warden heard the voice of his friend at the other end of the 100-mile circuit. "Hello, Jim," he said. "This is George." "Hello?" The voice was nervous. "What's been done? About your wedding anniversary, Jim?" "Yes. Did he get the parole?" "Well, it came to the board all right. McGill's conduct reports have been perfect, but I fixed it up. We have our little system here. Funny, George, but I feel as if he were on his way here now. You heard about the note I got?" "No, not from McGill." "Yes, it said that he was going to keep his appointment on time, but that he was coming to me instead of to Judith. I never could understand what she could see in that fellow, George. But if we hadn't arranged his little trip, she'd have married Jim, not me. I'm a bit afraid of him. He swore that neither jail nor hell would keep him away. The 5 years are up tonight at 9, and it's just 9 now. I tell you, I have a feeling that he's coming back. Nonsense, Jim, old boy. I don't know how the devil he got the letter through, but there's not a bit of a chance that he's getting there to, what was it, choke you? He's sitting here now, not 10 feet from me. George! The cry was one of more than human fright. George, what's that you say? Who's sitting there not 10 feet? Why, McGill, of course. George! McGill! There was a gasping sound. McGill's sitting right here, Jim, as quiet as a lamb. We've been working him pretty hard. Looks as if he's gone to sleep. Hello? Hello? Hello there. Hello there, Jim. Hello, Jim. Operator. Hello. 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 There was a strange silence at the other end of the line, and then there was the sound of someone breathing hard. Something struck the telephone instrument. There was a shriek, and the wire was quiet. The warden was working the receiver hook wildly. Someone's voice came to his ear. There was a murmuring, and someone spoke into the telephone. "Hello?" cried the warden. "This is Warden Fowles. What's the matter with Jim, Mr. Downey?" "Don't know exactly, sir. We just found him lying here. He seems to have been choked to death, sir. We can't find anyone." Fowles sprang across the room. McGill's lifeless hand held a vial from the prison hospital, labeled laudanum. The end of McGill's Appointment by Elise Ellis. Nerve by Charles Frederick Stansbury. From Weird Tales, June 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Chalf's pity for the man with the wet brain led him to a heroic course of action. Nerve by Charles Frederick Stansbury. Prelude. De Maupassant tells us, inimitably, of an officer who was afraid to fight a duel, to avoid which he killed himself before the hour for the conflict arrived. Doubtless you've never heard of a certain warden of the Tombs prison who had his nerve with him all the time. He died not long ago. There was a prisoner in the Tombs under indictment for an atrocious crime. He was tagged and thumbprinted bad, and bad he was. Why his hatred for the warden, I know not. But he had sworn by the eternal God to kill him, if chance paved the way, and doubtless he meant it. The warden sat in his office. He touched a button and sent for the barber. He had the barber lay razors and other tools for shaving on the desk. Then he dismissed him. The warden touched another button and sent for the bad man. The man was brought in handcuffed. He looked as though he had just broken loose from hell. "Take off the bracelets and leave us," said the warden to the keeper who had brought the thug in. The warden and the man who had sworn to kill him were the sole occupants of the room. The former went to the door and locked it on the inside. He handed the key to the convict, who took it somewhat sheepishly. The warden took an automatic pistol from his pocket and placed it on the desk near the razors. He then removed his coat, waistcoat, collar, and tie, while the prisoner eyed him with dazed intenseness. The warden sank easily into his desk chair. leaned back his head, placed his feet upon the edge of the desk. He appeared to be quite at ease. The grim ghost of a smile traced itself in the small wrinkles about his mouth. "Shave me," he ordered. It was called a sanatorium, which appellation being de rigueur, sanitarium sufficing for the needs of the proletariat. It was set in the midst of a glade as beautiful as any spot in nature. A purling brook meandered through the groves of silver maples, aspen, and oak, fringed with orchards deep laden with glowing, luscious fruit. In front of the building there stretched an extensive group of firs, beech, and oak, and ground carpeted with pine needles and murmuring golden leaves. Bright birds peopled the grove. Some of them sang sweetly, and others talked confidently. At least, they talked to the gentleman with the wet brain, whose barred window looked out upon the pleasant wood. The gentleman with the wet brain was locked in room 7. To analyze or explain a wet brain would tax the ability of a greater alienist than any now extant. The delicate, laminated, gelatinous membranes enveloping the brain and cushioning it against the walls of the skull become highly inflamed. They assume an individuality of their own and talk to the brain proper. They tell tremendously interesting lies, keeping the patient awake as they tell them. The brain proper believes these lies, whereupon gentlemen yelp. Alienists say that the patient is suffering from delusions. There are delusions of grandeur which make the patient happy, and delusions of persecution which make him melancholy or suicidal. Now, what do the alienists do to this creature with the inflamed brain? Soothe him, of course. They soothe him by injecting crotaline into his veins. Crotaline is the venom of the rattlesnake, Crotalus horridus. It turns the blood to water, and when it fails to kill, it evokes loathsome sores. So much for the alienists and the gentleman with the wet brain. Locked in a room without books or a light at night, left alone with his delusions, congestion, inflammation, and rattlesnake poison combined, tended to make him unruly at times. The hell of indignation broke loose within him. To stay the paroxysm of these tempests of the brain, they had him beaten. No easy process when dealing with a brain on fire with envenomed blood. A word about Chally. In addition to serving as attendant or orderly in the sanatorium, he acted as chauffeur of a car, the name or make of which suggested the nickname Chally. His real name, I trust, is over his grave, wherever he may be, but I doubt it. Chally possessed an indefinable quality of lovableness, of which possession he was totally unaware. A bright-faced boy with an engaging smile in which there could be traced a tinge of melancholy, doubtless the result of sensibility of temperament. Chally sometimes brought number 7 his breakfast, or saw to his bath. A strong feeling of attachment grew up between the normal lad and the morbid patient. Chally would have cheerfully committed crime to assuage the agony written on the wan face of the elder man, but he could not encompass the impossible or neutralize the irony of fate. The wet-brained one had been manhandled before, but Chally had not been commandeered for the bout. The chastisement had been administered by 2 husky young assistants, one a tough lad of the stuff of which gunmen are made, the other a dreamy young giant when normal, but an accomplished devil when under the influence of heroin, to which drug he was an addict. Night had fallen on the glade, bringing insufferable depression of the soul to the patients there environed. The bird voices were hushed, and the little brook murmured to itself in the darkness, possibly in protest at man's inhumanity to man. The locked-in one had developed a meticulously abnormal acuteness of hearing, an effort of the ears to do duty for the eyes. Groans, stertorous breathing, and hysterical laughter reverberated through the corridors, and then the eager listener heard the vehement whispered protest of Chally, who had been ordered to assist in the punishment of unruly number 7. Chally implored, said he had never done such a thing, didn't know how. Yet even in his misery he was too astute to claim fondness for the man who listened behind the door. His protests were in vain. He was peremptorily ordered to join the other lads and do the job. Why he did not run away at this juncture will never be known. Perhaps he, too, was a prisoner by night. The wet brain was prepared for the worst, but determined to put up a fight. He pressed his ear to the crack of the door, listening intently. When he was convinced that the 2 other lads had left Chally alone in the corridor, "Thank you, Chally," he called through the door. The boy must have heard, but doubtless could not trust himself to reply. An hour passed in which the silence was as dense as the darkness. Then a sound, as of muffled sobbing. Then running water in the bathroom, but a few feet away. A stifled groan as the bathroom door closed. They found Chally's body in that room. He had filled the bath and held his head under the water until he was stone dead. They found him so. For hours that seemed eons, the imprisoned man continued to listen in the darkness. He felt that he was in the toils of mystery insoluble. Then he heard furtive whispering in the passage. He heard a soft, sad of felt slippers, a soundless noise like that made by black traders in the dark Australian forest. He heard anxious murmuring and the swish and splash of water in the bathroom. They were washing the body. More hours passed. In the presence of tragedy, number 7 had evidently been overlooked or forgotten. The silence was broken now only by the stertorous breathing of a sufferer. The wet brain was getting wetter. The man crept to the window and tore his hands in a wild effort to wrench the steel bars apart. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed through the trees in the grove fronting the house as the twin acetylene reflectors of a motor hearse illuminated the dark aisles as it wound its way silently through the roadless wood and stopped in front of the house of hopelessness. The position of the stars told the watcher that it was between 2 and 3 o'clock. A sound of chanting, soft and low. The doors opened, and a radiant light flooded the roadway in front of the main entrance of the building. The hearse reflected it with ghastly brilliance. By pressing his face against the bars and straining his eyes in a sidelong glance, the tortured soul of number 7 could see clearly all that occurred. 2 sisters, in wide winged white coronets, came forth and stood on the porch in an attitude of prayer. They were followed by 2 men, alert and businesslike, who bore between them a metal box that looked like a steamer trunk. They clicked it into place sideways at the rear end of the hideous, up-to-date vehicle. The sisters retired, and the closed door left a black void, pierced only by the bright eyes of the death wagon, which retraced its noiseless way, like a guilty thing, throwing a ghastly light upon the tree stems until its diminishing glimmer faded into infinite darkness. With an icy sinking of the heart, The overstrained observer of this horrible function fell to the floor. There they found him the next day. Chally was seen no more of men. The end of Nerve by Charles Frederick Stansbury.
The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. That night the Baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests, with shade and form of witch and demon and large coffin worm, were long benightmared. Keats. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers, with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon awed watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken, and yet I am strangely content and cling desperately to those sere memories when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower, which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined, and could not be ascended save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of something mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle. To me there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that strewed some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events, and thought them more natural than the coloured pictures of living beings, which I found in many of the mouldy books. From such books I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years, not even my own. For although I had read of speech, I had never thought to try to speak aloud. My aspect was a matter equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt conscious of youth because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat, and under the dark mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds in the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went farther from the castle, the shade grew denser, and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of neglected silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then, in the shadowy solitude, my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted my entreating hands to the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into the unknown outer sky. And at last I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight I climbed the worn and aged stone stairs till I reached the level where they ceased, and thereafter clung perilously to small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stareless cylinder of rock, black, ruined and deserted, and sinister with startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progress, for climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill, as of haunted and venerable mould, assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light, and would have looked down had I dared. I fancied that night had come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window embrasure, that I might peer out and above, and try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling up that concave and desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and I knew I must have gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness, I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my head as I used both my hands in my fearful ascent. There was no light revealed above, and as my hands went higher, I knew that my climb was for the nonce ended, since the slab was the trapdoor of an aperture leading to a level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, no doubt the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully, and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped, when necessary, to pry it open again. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows, that I might look for the first time upon the sky and the moon and stars of which I had read. But on every hand I was disappointed, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble, bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected, and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment, so many eons cut off from the castle below. Then, unexpectedly, my hands came upon a doorway, where hung a portal of stone, rough with strange chiselling. Trying it, I found it locked, but with a supreme burst of strength, I overcame all obstacles and dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I have ever known. For shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron and down a short stone passageway of steps that ascended from the newly found doorway was the radiant full moon, which I had never before seen, save in dreams and in vague visions I dare not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up the few steps beyond the door, but the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazing height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I now saw, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this. Instead of a dizzying prospect of tree-tops seen from a lofty eminence, there stretched around me, on a level through the grating, nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church, whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the fantastic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what I was, or what my surroundings might be, though as I continued to stumble along I became conscious of a kind of fearsome latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch out of that region of slabs and columns, and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, but sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows where only occasional ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river, where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal, a venerable ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in, and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light, and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Advancing to one of these, I looked in, and saw an oddly dressed company indeed, making merry and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered, there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamour and panic several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment alone and dazed, listening to their vanishing echoes, I trembled at the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection, the room seemed deserted, but when I moved toward one of the alcoves, I thought I detected a presence there. A hint of motion beyond the golden arched doorway leading to another and somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then, with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted me almost as poignantly as its noxious cause, I beheld in full frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable, and unmentionable monstrosity, which had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world. Yet to my horror, I saw in its eaten-away and bone-revealing outlines a leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape, and in its mouldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralyzed, but not too much to make a feeble effort toward flight. A backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred and showed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out the sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey my will. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous hollow breathing I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition, which pressed so close, when, in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarish and hellish accident, my fingers touched the rotting, outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me, as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew in that second all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees, and recognized the altered edifice in which I now stood. I recognized, most terrible of all, the unholy abomination that stood leering before me as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos there is balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is nepenthe. In the supreme horror of that second, I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream I fled from that haunted and accursed pile, and ran swiftly and silently in the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble and went down the steps, I found the stone trap-door immovable. But I was not sorry, for I had hated the antique castle and the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls of the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of Nephren-Ka, in the sealed and unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety, save the unnamed feasts of Nitocris beneath the great pyramid. Yet in my new wildness and freedom I almost welcome the bitterness of alienage. For although Nepenthe has calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century and among those who are still men. This I have known ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within that great gilded frame. Stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. The End of The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Sealed Room by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Sealed Room by Arthur Conan Doyle. A solicitor of an active habit and athletic tastes who is compelled by his hopes of business to remain within the four walls of his office from 10 till 5 must take what exercise he can in the evenings. Hence it was that I was in the habit of indulging in very long nocturnal excursions, in which I sought the heights of Hampstead and Highgate in order to cleanse my system from the impure air of Abchurch Lane. It was in the course of one of these aimless rambles that I first met Felix Staniford, and so led up to what has been the most extraordinary adventure of my lifetime. One evening, it was in April or early May of the year 1894, I made my way to the extreme northern fringe of London, and was walking down one of those fine avenues of high brick villas which the huge city is forever pushing farther and farther out into the country. It was a fine, clear spring night. The moon was shining out of an unclouded sky, and I, having already left many miles behind me, was inclined to walk slowly and look about me. In this contemplative mood, my attention was arrested by one of the houses which I was passing. It was a very large building, standing in its own grounds, a little back from the road. It was modern in appearance, and yet it was far less so than its neighbours, all of which were crudely and painfully new. Their symmetrical line was broken by the gap caused by the laurel-studded lawn, with the great, dark, gloomy house looming at the back of it. Evidently it had been the country retreat of some wealthy merchant, built perhaps when the nearest street was a mile off, and now gradually overtaken and surrounded by the red brick tentacles of the London octopus. The next stage, I reflected, would be its digestion and absorption, so that the cheap builder might rear a dozen £80-a-year villas upon the garden frontage. And then, as all this passed vaguely through my mind, an incident occurred which brought my thoughts into quite another channel. A four-wheeled cab, that opprobrium of London, was coming jolting and creaking in one direction, while in the other there was a yellow glare from the lamp of a cyclist. They were the only moving objects in the whole long moonlit road, and yet they crashed into each other with that malignant accuracy which brings two ocean liners together in the broad waste of the Atlantic. It was the cyclist's fault. He tried to cross in front of the cab, miscalculated his distance, and was knocked sprawling by the horse's shoulder. He rose, snarling. The cabman swore back at him, and then, realizing that his number had not yet been taken, lashed his horse and lumbered off. The cyclist caught at the handles of his prostrate machine, and then suddenly sat down with a groan. "Oh, Lord," he said. I ran across the road to his side. "Any harm done?" I asked. "It's my ankle," said he. "Only a twist, I think, but it's pretty painful. Just give me your hand, will you?" He lay in the yellow circle of the cycle lamp, and I noted, as I helped him to his feet, that he was a gentlemanly young fellow, with a slight dark moustache and large brown eyes, sensitive and nervous in appearance, with indications of weak health upon his sunken cheeks. Work or worry had left its traces upon his thin yellow face. He stood up when I pulled his hand, but he held one foot in the air, and he groaned as he moved it. "I can't put it to the ground," said he. "Where do you live?" "Here." He nodded his head towards the big dark house in the garden. "I was cutting across to the gate when that confounded cab ran into me. Could you help me so far?" It was easily done. I put his cycle inside the gate, and then I supported him down the drive and up the steps to the hall door. There was not a light anywhere, and the place was as black and silent as if no one had ever lived in it. "That will do. Thank you very much," said he, fumbling with his key in the lock. "No, you must allow me to see you safe." He made some feeble, petulant protest, and then realized that he could really do nothing without me. The door had opened into a pitch-dark hall. He lurched forward, with my hand still on his arm. "This door to the right," said he, feeling about in the darkness. I opened the door, and at the same moment he managed to strike a light. There was a lamp upon the table, and we lit it between us. "Now I'm all right. You can leave me now. Goodbye," said he, and with the words he sat down in the armchair and fainted dead away. It was a queer position for me. The fellow looked so ghastly that really I was not sure that he was not dead. Presently his lips quivered and his breast heaved, but his eyes were two white slits and his colour was horrible. The responsibility was more than I could stand. I pulled at the bell rope and heard the bell ringing furiously far away, but no one came in response. The bell tinkled away into silence which no murmur or movement came to break. I waited and rang again with the same result. There must be someone about, This young gentleman could not live all alone in that huge house. His people ought to know of his condition. If they would not answer the bell, I must hunt them out myself. I seized the lamp and rushed from the room. What I saw outside amazed me. The hall was empty. The stairs were bare and yellow with dust. There were 3 doors opening into spacious rooms, and each was uncarpeted and undraped, save for the grey webs which drooped from the cornice and rosettes of lichen which had formed upon the walls. My feet reverberated in those empty and silent chambers. Then I wandered on down the passage with the idea that the kitchens, at least, might be tenanted. Some caretaker might lurk in some secluded room. No, they were all equally desolate. Despairing of finding any help, I ran down another corridor and came on something which surprised me more than ever. The passage ended in a large brown door, and the door had a seal of red wax the size of a 5-shilling piece over the keyhole. This seal gave me the impression of having been there for a long time, for it was dusty and discoloured. I was still staring at it and wondering what that door might conceal when I heard a voice calling behind me, and, running back, found my young man sitting up in his chair and very much astonished at finding himself in darkness. "Why on earth did you take the lamp away?" he asked. "I was looking for assistance." "You might look for some time," said he. "I am alone in the house." "Awkward if you get an illness." It was foolish of me to faint. I inherit a weak heart from my mother, and pain or emotion has that effect upon me. It will carry me off some day, as it did her. You're not a doctor, are you?" "No, a lawyer. Frank Alder is my name." "Mine is Felix Staniford." Funny that I should meet a lawyer, for my friend Mr. Percival was saying that we should need one soon. "Very happy, I'm sure." "Well, that would depend upon him, you know. Did you say that you had run with that lamp all over the ground floor?" "Yes." "All over it?" he asked with emphasis, and he looked at me very hard. "I think so. I kept on hoping that I should find someone." "Did you enter all the rooms?" he asked with the same intent gaze. "Well, all that I could enter." "Oh, then you did notice it," said he, and he shrugged his shoulders with the air of a man who makes the best of a bad job. "Notice what?" "Why, the door with the seal on it." "Yes, I did." "Weren't you curious to know what was in it?" "Well, it did strike me as unusual." "Do you think you could go on living alone in this house, year after year, just longing all the time to know what is at the other side of that door, and yet not looking?" "Do you mean to say," I cried, "that you don't know yourself?" "No more than you do." "Then why don't you look?" "I mustn't," said he. He spoke in a constrained way, and I saw that I had blundered onto some delicate ground. I don't know that I am more inquisitive than my neighbours, but there certainly was something in the situation which appealed very strongly to my curiosity. However, my last excuse for remaining in the house was gone now that my companion had recovered his senses. I rose to go. "Are you in a hurry?" he asked. "No, I have nothing to do." "Well, I should be very glad if you would stay with me a little. The fact is that I live a very retired and secluded life here. I don't suppose there is a man in London who leads such a life as I do. It is quite unusual for me to have anyone to talk with." I looked round at the little room, scantily furnished, with a sofa bed at one side. Then I thought of the great bare house and the sinister door with the discoloured red seal upon it. There was something queer and grotesque in the situation which made me long to know a little more. Perhaps I should if I waited. I told him that I should be very happy. "You will find the spirits and a siphon upon the side table. You must forgive me if I cannot act as host, but I can't get across the room. Those are cigars in the tray there. I'll take one myself, I think. And so you are a solicitor, Mr. Alder?" Yes, and I am nothing. I am that most helpless of living creatures, the son of a millionaire. I was brought up with the expectation of great wealth, and here I am, a poor man without any profession at all. And then on the top of it all, I am left with this great mansion on my hands which I cannot possibly keep up. Isn't it an absurd situation? For me to use this as my dwelling is like a coster drawing his barrow with a thoroughbred. A donkey would be more useful to him, and a cottage to me. But why not sell the house? I asked. I mustn't. Let it, then. No, I mustn't do that either. I looked puzzled, and my companion smiled. I'll tell you how it is, if it won't bore you, said he. On the contrary, I should be exceedingly interested. I think after your kind attention to me, I cannot do less than relieve any curiosity that you may feel. You must know that my father was Stanislaus Staniford, the banker. Staniford, the banker? I remembered the name at once. His flight from the country some 7 years before had been one of the scandals and sensations of the time. I see that you remember, said my companion. My poor father left the country to avoid numerous friends whose savings he had invested in an unsuccessful speculation. He was a nervous, sensitive man, and the responsibility quite upset his reason. He had committed no legal offence. It was purely a matter of sentiment. He would not even face his own family, and he died among strangers without ever letting us know where he was. He died, said I. We could not prove his death, but we know that it must be so because the speculations came right again, and so there was no reason why he should not look any man in the face. He would have returned if he were alive, but he must have died in the last 2 years. Why in the last 2 years? Because we heard from him 2 years ago. Did he not tell you then where he was living? The letter came from Paris, but no address was given. It was when my poor mother died. He wrote to me then with some instructions and some advice, and I have never heard from him since. Had you heard before? Oh, yes, we had heard before, and that's where our mystery of the sealed door upon which you stumbled tonight has its origin. Pass me that desk, if you please. Here I have my father's letters, and you are the first man except Mr. Percival who has seen them. Who is Mr. Percival, may I ask? He was my father's confidential clerk, and he has continued to be the friend and adviser of my mother and then of myself. I don't know what we should have done without Percival. He saw the letters, but no one else. This is the first one, which came on the very day when my father fled, 7 years ago. Read it to yourself. This is the letter which I read. My ever dearest wife, since Sir William told me how weak your heart is and how harmful any shock might be, I have never talked about my business affairs to you. The time has come when, at all risks, I can no longer refrain from telling you that things have been going badly with me. This will cause me to leave you for a little time, but it is with the absolute assurance that we shall see each other very soon. On this you can thoroughly rely. Our parting is only for a very short time, my own darling, so don't let it fret you, and above all, don't let it impair your health, for that is what I want above all things to avoid. Now, I have a request to make, and I implore you by all that binds us together to fulfill it exactly as I tell you. There are some things which I do not wish to be seen by anyone in my darkroom, the room which I use for photographic purposes at the end of the garden passage. To prevent any painful thoughts, I may assure you once for all, dear, that it is nothing of which I need be ashamed. But still, I do not wish you or Felix to enter that room. It is locked, and I implore you, when you receive this, to at once place a seal over the lock and leave it so. Do not sell or let the house, for in either case my secret will be discovered. As long as you or Felix are in the house, I know that you will comply with my wishes. When Felix is 21, he may enter the room, not before. And now, Goodbye, my own best of wives. During our short separation, you can consult Mr. Percival on any matters which may arise. He has my complete confidence. I hate to leave Felix and you, even for a time, but there is really no choice. Ever and always your loving husband, Stanislaus Staniford, June 4th, 1887. These are very private family matters for me to inflict upon you, said my companion apologetically. You must look upon it as done in your professional capacity. I have wanted to speak about it for years. I am honoured by your confidence, I answered, and exceedingly interested by the facts. My father was a man who was noted for his almost morbid love of truth. He was always pedantically accurate. When he said, therefore, that he hoped to see my mother very soon, and when he said that he had nothing to be ashamed of in that dark room, you may rely upon it that he meant it. Then what can it be? I ejaculated. Neither my mother nor I could imagine. We carried out his wishes to the letter and placed the seal upon the door. There it has been ever since. My mother lived for 5 years after my father's disappearance, although at the time all the doctors said that she could not survive long. Her heart was terribly diseased. During the first few months she had 2 letters from my father. Both had the Paris postmark but no address. They were short and to the same effect, that they would soon be reunited and that she should not fret. Then there was a silence which lasted until her death, and then came a letter to me of so private a nature that I cannot show it to you, begging me never to think evil of him, giving me much good advice, and saying that the sealing of the room was of less importance now than during the lifetime of my mother, but that the opening might still cause pain to others, and that therefore he thought it best that it should be postponed until my 21st year, for the lapse of time would make things easier. In the meantime, he committed the care of the room to me. So now you can understand how it is that although I am a very poor man, I can neither let nor sell this great house. You could mortgage it. My father had already done so. It is a most singular state of affairs. My mother and I were gradually compelled to sell the furniture and to dismiss the servants, until now, as you see, I am living unattended in a single room, but I have only 2 more months. What do you mean? Why, in that 2 months I come of age. The first thing that I do will be to open that door, the second, to get rid of the house. Why should your father have continued to stay away when these investments had recovered themselves? He must be dead. You say that he had not committed any legal offence when he fled the country? None. Why should he not take your mother with him? I do not know. Why should he conceal his address? I do not know. Why should he allow your mother to die and be buried without coming back? I do not know. My dear sir, said I, if I may speak with the frankness of a professional adviser, I should say that it is very clear that your father had the strongest reasons for keeping out of the country, and that, if nothing has been proved against him, he at least thought that something might be, and refused to put himself within the power of the law. Surely that must be obvious, for in what other possible way can the facts be explained? My companion did not take my suggestion in good part. You had not the advantage of knowing my father, Mr. Alder, he said coldly. I was only a boy when he left us, but I shall always look upon him as my ideal man. His only fault was that he was too sensitive and too unselfish. That anyone should lose money through him would cut him to the heart. His sense of honour was most acute, and any theory of his disappearance which conflicts with that is a mistaken one. It pleased me to hear the lad speak out so roundly, and yet I knew that the facts were against him, and that he was incapable of taking an unprejudiced view of the situation. I only speak as an outsider, said I, and now I must leave you, for I have a long walk before me. Your story has interested me so much that I should be glad if you could let me know the sequel. Leave me your card, said he, and so having bade him good night, I left him. I heard nothing more of the matter for some time, and had almost feared that it would prove to be one of those fleeting experiences which drift away from our direct observation and end only in a hope or suspicion. One afternoon, however, a card bearing the name of Mr. J. H. Percival was brought up to my office in Abchurch Lane, and its bearer, a small, dry, bright-eyed fellow of 50, was ushered in by the clerk. "I believe, sir," said he, "that my name has been mentioned to you by my young friend, Mr. Felix Staniford." "Of course," I answered. "I remember." "He spoke to you, I understand, about the circumstances in connection with the disappearance of my former employer, Mr. Stanislaus Staniford, and the existence of a sealed room in his former residence." "He did." "And you expressed an interest in the matter?" "It interested me extremely." "You are aware that we hold Mr. Stanisford's permission to open the door on the 21st birthday of his son?" "I remember." "The 21st birthday is today." "Have you opened it?" I asked eagerly. "Not yet, sir," said he gravely. "I have reason to believe that it would be well to have witnesses present when that door is opened. You are a lawyer, and you are acquainted with the facts. Will you be present on the occasion?" "Most certainly." "You are employed during the day, and so am I. Shall we meet at 9 o'clock at the house?" "I will come with pleasure." "Then you will find us waiting for you. Goodbye for the present." He bowed solemnly and took his leave. I kept my appointment that evening, with a brain which was weary with fruitless attempts to think out some plausible explanation of the mystery which we were about to solve. Mr. Percival and my young acquaintance were waiting for me in the little room. I was not surprised to see the young man looking pale and nervous, but I was rather astonished to find the dry little city man in a state of intense, though partially suppressed, excitement. His cheeks were flushed, his hands twitching, and he could not stand still for an instant. Staniford greeted me warmly and thanked me many times for having come. "And now, Percival," said he to his companion, "I suppose there is no obstacle to our putting the thing through without delay. I shall be glad to get it over." The banker's clerk took up the lamp and led the way, but he paused in the passage outside the door, and his hand was shaking so that the light flickered up and down the high bare walls. "Mr. Staniford," said he in a cracking voice, "I hope you will prepare yourself in case any shock should be awaiting you when that seal is removed and the door is opened." "What could there be, Percival? You are trying to frighten me." "No, Mr. Staniford, but I should wish you to be ready, to be braced up, not to allow yourself—" He had to lick his dry lips between every jerky sentence, and I suddenly realized, as clearly as if he had told me, that he knew what was behind that closed door, and that it was something terrible. "Here are the keys, Mr. Staniford, but remember my warning." He had a bunch of assorted keys in his hand, and the young man snatched them from him. Then he thrust a knife under the discoloured red seal and jerked it off. The lamp was rattling and shaking in Percival's hand, so I took it from him and held it near the keyhole, while Staniford tried key after key. At last, one turned in the lock. The door flew open. He took one step into the room, and then, with a horrible cry, the young man fell senseless at our feet. If I had not given heed to the clerk's warning and braced myself for a shock, I should certainly have dropped the lamp. The room, windowless and bare, was fitted up as a photographic laboratory, with a tap and sink at the side of it. A shelf of bottles and measures stood at one side, and a peculiar heavy smell, partly chemical, partly animal, filled the air. A single table and chair were in front of us, and at this, with his back turned towards us, a man was seated in the act of writing. His outline and attitude were as natural as life, but as the light fell upon him, it made my hair rise to see that the nape of his neck was black and wrinkled and no thicker than my wrist. Dust lay upon him, thick yellow dust, upon his hair, his shoulders, his shrivelled lemon-coloured hands. His head had fallen forward upon his breast. His pen still rested upon a discoloured sheet of paper. "My poor master, my poor, poor master," cried the clerk, and the tears were running down his cheeks. "What?" I cried. "Mr. Stanislaus Stanniford? Here he has sat for 7 years. Oh, why would he do it? I begged him, I implored him, I went on my knees to him, but he would have his way. You see the key on the table? He had locked the door upon the inside, and he has written something. We must take it." Yes, yes, take it, and for God's sake let us get out of this," I cried. "The air is poisonous. Come, Stanniford, come." Taking an arm each, we half led and half carried the terrified man back to his own room. "It was my father," he cried, as he recovered his consciousness. "He is sitting there dead in his chair. You knew it, Percival. This was what you meant when you warned me." "Yes, I knew it, Mr. Stanniford. I have acted for the best all along, but my position has been a terribly difficult one. For 7 years I have known that your father was dead in that room. You knew it and never told us." "Don't be harsh with me, Mr. Stanniford, sir. Make allowance for a man who has had a hard part to play." "My head is swimming round. I cannot grasp it." He staggered up and helped himself from the brandy bottle. "These letters to my mother and to myself, were they forgeries?" "No, sir. Your father wrote them and addressed them and left them in my keeping to be posted. I have followed his instructions to the very letter in all things. He was my master, and I have obeyed him." The brandy had steadied the young man's shaken nerves. "Tell me about it. I can stand it now," said he. "Well, Mr. Stanniford, you know that at one time there came a period of great trouble upon your father, and he thought that many poor people were about to lose their savings through his fault. He was a man who was so tender-hearted that he could not bear the thought. It worried him and tormented him until he determined to end his life. Oh, Mr. Stanniford, if you knew how I have prayed him and wrestled with him over it, you would never blame me. And he in turn prayed me as no man has ever prayed me before. He had made up his mind, and he would do it in any case, he said. But it rested with me whether his death should be happy and easy or whether it should be most miserable. I read in his eyes that he meant what he said, and at last I yielded to his prayers, and I consented to do his will. What was troubling him was this. He had been told by the first doctor in London that his wife's heart would fail at the slightest shock. He had a horror of accelerating her end, and yet his own existence had become unendurable to him. How could he end himself without injuring her? You know now the course that he took. He wrote the letter which she received. There was nothing in it which was not literally true. When he spoke of seeing her again so soon, he was referring to her own approaching death, which he had been assured could not be delayed more than a very few months. So convinced was he of this that he only left 2 letters to be forwarded at intervals after his death. She lived 5 years, and I had no letters to send. He left another letter with me to be sent to you, sir, upon the occasion of the death of your mother. I posted all these in Paris to sustain the idea of his being abroad. It was his wish that I should say nothing, and I have said nothing. I have been a faithful servant. 7 years after his death, he thought no doubt that the shock to the feelings of his surviving friends would be lessened. He was always considerate for others. There was silence for some time. It was broken by young Stanniford. I cannot blame you, Percival. You have spared my mother a shock which would certainly have broken her heart. What is that paper? It is what your father was writing, sir. Shall I read it to you? Do so. I have taken the poison, and I feel it working in my veins. It is strange, but not painful. When these words are read, I shall, if my wishes have been faithfully carried out, have been dead many years. Surely no one who has lost money through me will still bear me animosity, And you, Felix, you will forgive me this family scandal. May God find rest for a sorely wearied spirit. Amen, we cried, all three. End of The Sealed Room.
The Sea Thing by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Benjamin Tucker. The Sea Thing by Frank Belknap Long. July 16th. We are caught in one of the great calms. There is water in the well, and our food is nearly gone. Everything is hid from view by the fog. I confess that I am a hopeless coward. The situation appalls me. What an expressive word is despair. I shall write it in large. Despair. Luckily, a flying fish came scudding over the rails this morning. July 17th. The fog is lifted, but there is no relief in sight, and the water in the well has risen several inches. The 7 of us worked on the pumps all night. Thompson seemed surly and inclined to rebel. He is a man to be envied. He still retains his egoism, and he fancies himself a very shrewd and important person. I hadn't the heart to be angry with him, poor devil. He doesn't know how near we are to the rocks. I speak figuratively, of course. We are at present in the open sea 1,000 miles from land, and our rudder has gone by the board. We drift aimlessly, a fine situation, truly, for the skipper of the Octopus. 3 months ago I had a full crew, and full sails, and now... Cholera isn't pleasant. Damn it all, cholera is not pleasant. July 18th. I have given up all hope. By working desperately, we are able to keep the water in the well from rising, but our food has given out. We have pumped and cursed on empty stomachs for 15 hours. Bullen collapsed. He collapsed like the others. But thank God his face didn't turn black. We are done with the cholera now. I'll stake my reputation on that. My prompt disposal of the bodies nipped the cholera in the bud. In the bud, did I say? Ha! When a man loses 3/4 of his crew, he can't think straight. The cholera really ran its course. It couldn't have lasted much longer. I wish to heaven that it had taken the rest of us. July 19th. It was funny. Another flying fish came aboard today, and Tommy Wells made a dive for it. He dived after it head first with arms akimbo, like a man just awakened from some crazy dream, and he slid along the planks. But he got the fish. He caught it between his 2 hands and bit into it, and finally disposed of it, bones and all. "That was a devilish thing to do," said Thompson. Big Johnny Boltzig cursed horribly. I felt rather light in the head, but I didn't say anything. But I was a bit put out. We could have divided the flying fish up, but as I say, it was funny. July 20th. Our case is desperate. There isn't a breath of air stirring, and Boltzig has joined Bullen. They are both below, unable to move an arm between them, and Bullen is very near death. Curiously enough, though, the 5 of us are able to keep the water down, but we are tired. July 21st. We have one thing to be thankful for. The water has not risen an inch in 12 hours, and we didn't pump. We are too tired to pump. We lay about on the decks, and cursed and made faces at the sky, and we never mentioned food. But Thompson's tongue stuck out queerly. "Put that rag in your mouth," I shouted. It was a coarse remark to make to a starving man, but I was suffering acutely. Why do I continue to write in this log? July 22nd. We are saved! Who could have anticipated such glorious good luck? A boatload of provisions and a jolly companion to cheer us up. He claims that he is the sole survivor of the Princess Clara. You have undoubtedly heard of the princess. A finer brig never put out from Frisco, and she's gone. A hurricane and a leak did for her. 6 or 7 got away in the long boat, but my friend, I call him that because he has saved us all, my friend threw them overboard. They died first, of course. Get that straight. They died from fright, or from drinking salt water, and my friend didn't like the company of corpses, so he just naturally disposed of them. That's his story, and I accept it at its face value. I'm not a man to go poking about and asking questions. It's enough that he's brought us provisions and jolly companionship. We were growing very wary of each other, we 7. He calls himself Francis de la Vega. July 24th. De Veggie, we call him that. has been with us now for 3 days. He has the run of the ship, and I have given him the mate's cabin. The mate has no further need for a cabin, since he spends his night on the ocean floor. A splendid chap, the mate. He was the first to go, but I mustn't rake up old ashes. Devegi is tall and amazingly lean, and I never saw a paler man. His face is drawn and haggard, and his eyes large, and they consume you. There's something devastating about his eyes. Sometimes they seem 100 years old. His forehead is high and as yellow and dry as parchment, and his nose is curved like a scimitar. Strangely enough, he reminds me of Poe's usher. I say strangely enough because the man has nothing but his appearance in common with the aristocratic neurotic of Poe's tale. He is boyish, gay, and utterly free from gloom. His manner is ingenuous and charming. He is all smiles and assurance, and he tells stories that are almost Rabelaisian in their frank, coarse humor. He possesses a remarkable knowledge of medicine, or perhaps I should say of healing, since he uses no drugs. But he has completely restored Bullen and Big Johnny Boltzig. The 8 of us make a jolly crew. He has given us new life, new confidence. His presence is a delight to us. There's one thing curious about him. His hands are cold and almost lifeless. There is no blood in them. I never before saw such hands on a human being, and the nails are astonishingly long. July 27th. Devegi has kept more to himself. He remained locked in his cabin this morning, and answered my anxious questions through the keyhole. But I was too busy to show surprise. There was a curious chill in the air which promised wind, and Thompson, Wells, and I worked desperately to get up the topgallants and strengthen the weather leeches. The rest were too tired to work, and I did not press them. I have no desire to reassert my authority just yet. The first sign of a breeze will increase the crew's morale, and then I hope to regain my old power of discipline. July 28th. I am worried about Devegi. This morning he came on deck looking so drawn and haggard that I left the taffrail where I had been standing, with one hand grasping the weather vane, and crossed the deck to comfort him. His eyes looked appealingly into mine. "Couldn't sleep all night," he said. "The ship tosses so. The great calms certainly make a ship roll." "They do," I replied. "But you don't notice the roll so much on deck. If you wish, you may carry your bedding up and sleep with the boys on the planks. But don't be startled if a flying fish flops in your face." Devegi smiled. "Thanks," he said. "The idea appeals to me. I'll act on it tonight." July 29th. A breeze is surely coming soon. All of the signs point to it. I have been working frantically on a miserable substitute for a rudder. I think that I shall be able to steer fairly well in a pinch, but I hope the breeze doesn't come until we are better prepared. Devegi slept on the planks with the crew last night, and this morning he looks 10 years younger. His cheeks are flushed and full, and the greenish hollows have disappeared from under his eyes. But Thompson isn't well. He complains of pains in his chest, and once or twice he spat blood. He is abnormally pale. July 30th. Still no breeze. Thompson is sick unto death. He lies in his cabin and groans, and I can do nothing for him. His pallor is genuinely alarming. Even his lips are bloodless. He complains of noises in his ears, and Devegi has shown his first gleam of ill nature. "I can do nothing for him," he says, and shrugs his shoulders. His eyes smolder when he speaks, and I discern for the first time a hard cruelty in the man. He is not what he pretends to be. July 31st. Thompson died this morning, and Devegi actually gloated over his death. What does it mean? Why such a sudden change in a man who owes everything to our generosity? It is true that his coming supplied us with food, but we snatched him from the very maws of the sea. That is ingratitude for you. Human beings are utterly despicable, and I have lost faith in them. Devegi does not differ from the rest. He gloats over the misfortunes of others. He actually smiled when I read the burial service and dropped poor Thompson into the sea. Imagine it. August 1st. There is still no wind. I should welcome any sort of breeze after what I felt today. There is something unnatural about this ship. Even the cook has noticed it. "It ain't natural," he says, "for a ship to smell like this. And that Diverges fellow's cabin, whew, not only stunk, but I laid my hand over his mouth. "You're an idiot," I shouted. "DeVeggy's all right. I don't know what made him smile yesterday when I shipped off poor Thompson, but he isn't a bad sort." I lowered my voice. "He never complains, and his companionship is jolly stimulating. The boys couldn't get along without him. You have a feeling that he knows more than 10 ordinary men when he opens his mouth to tell one of his amazing yarns. And that tale of the Spanish Inquisition that he frightened Boltzig with yesterday morning was so real, so vivid." "I allus distrust him," said the perverse fool. I grimaced and remarked coolly that nothing could be more absurd than the prejudices of a lazy son of a sea cook. But I confess that the smell of DeVeggy's cabin did horrify me. I had entered it while DeVeggy was on deck, and the stench nearly laid me on my back. The place smelt like a hellish charnel house. The odor of decaying shellfish mingled with a peculiarly offensive and acrid smell that in some indefinable way suggested newly shed blood. There was no sign, however, of anything amiss in the cabin. I was so horrified that I left almost immediately, slamming the door with a bang. Tonight I shall drink heavily. Oh, I shall get gloriously drunk. I shall make a fool of myself, but what does it matter? August 2nd. DeVeggy has grown hard and cynical. He curses my men and refuses to speak to me. This morning little Tommy Wells went below and lay down. He was as white as a squid's belly. Something told me to examine him. I commanded him to strip, and I searched his entire body for signs of discoloration. I thought that possibly the cholera had taken a new form. Like influenza, cholera may manifest itself in curious and amazing ways. I had never read of cholera draining the blood from a man, but I wasn't taking any chances. Well, it wasn't cholera. It was a bite. Something had bitten him in the chest. A round, circular discoloration disfigured the center of his chest, and in the very middle were 2 sharp incisions, from which blood and pus trickled ominously. I didn't like it, neither did Tommy. When he saw the wound, he sat up very stiff and straight and asked me if I knew any tropic insects capable of such devilry. "There are no insects 1,000 miles from land," I shouted. "Don't be such an incredible imbecile." Tommy looked at me reproachfully. "Flies," he said. "They're often found on board. You know that just as well as I do. This stinking hold would breed 'em as big as whales. It couldn't have been anything else. I didn't feel it at all. Didn't even know that I had a bite." "There's something more than flies in this, Tommy," I said. "The thing that bit you came out of the sea. Ever seen a lamprey's wound on a fish, Tommy?" "Did I ever see a man walking with his legs?" snapped Tommy. "But how could a lamprey get me? I didn't sleep on the bottom of the sea. I slept on deck. And I was covered up. I suppose your lamprey climbed over the rail and walked about and finally decided that I would make a good juicy meal. Then I dare say he lifted the blankets and crawled under my shirt and fed until morning. He would be wise enough, of course, to get away and over the side before daybreak. Is that your theory, Captain?" I was curiously impatient with the boy. His levity had somehow stung me. "It's a better theory than your flies," I responded. Tommy smiled grimly and turned over in his bunk. August 3rd. Tonight I went down into the pit. Something walks at night in this ship. "A pestilence that walketh at nightfall." I wonder if the Hebrew prophet saw what I felt. I awoke from a heavy sleep, and something that does not sleep was standing above my bed. The cabin was wrapped in a velvety blackness, and I could see nothing, not even a shadow. But I heard it gulp, and I smelt. The odor of decay was so strong that it stung my nostrils, and I heard the thing above me gulp. It didn't breathe or whisper or cry out, but it simply gulped. I tried to rise, but it laid its hand on my head and forced me back, and its hand was slimy like the hand of a frog. August 4th. An unaccountable incident occurred on deck today. I am obliged to believe that DeVeggy is insane. Red Walker was working on the braces, and his hand accidentally slipped. He cut himself badly. The blood ran down his arm, and we all feared that he had severed an artery. His underlip trembled, but he didn't complain or cry out. He simply walked with unsteady steps toward the forecastle while he sought to staunch the flow of blood with his uninjured hand. DeVeggy was standing above the lee scuppers, and the sight somehow startled him. He threw up his arms and ran straight for Red. Red saw him coming and stopped, puzzled and a little hopeful. He recalled Devegi's power of healing. In a moment, Devegi had seized upon the injured arm. He gripped it forcefully and put it under his shirt. He held Red Walker's wrist against his chest, and he seemed horribly excited. His eyes bulged, his cheeks turned gray, and balls of sweat accumulated on his forehead. Devegi was making a tremendous effort to achieve something, but we couldn't guess what. The situation was uncanny. I stepped forward to interfere, but when I reached them, they were free of each other, and Red was examining his arm with horror and amazement. "There's no blood in it," he groaned. "And my God, it's as cold as ice." Devegi scowled. "I didn't expect gratitude," he said dryly. "But you have no right to complain. I've fixed your wrist for you. It won't bleed again for some time." I could only stare. Is Devegi mad, or has he mastered some monstrous system of healing? August 5th. Red Walker is dead. I disposed of his body this morning. It was white and rigid, and I noticed an extraordinary discoloration above the wound on his wrist. From the elbow down, his arm was bright green. I cannot explain it. Blood poisoning, perhaps. But I do not like Devegi. I no longer trust him. His presence has become obnoxious to me. Something walked again tonight. It bent above my head, and I heard it gulp. August 6th. I am stunned, frightened. Who could have dreamed? Who could have expected? The thing is so incredible, so hideous, so utterly outside human experience. I found the book in the ship's library. It was one of 40 water-soaked volumes. It was a very ancient book, and the leaves were yellow and the cover eaten away at the corners. It was dated 1823, but that is not strange. Books 100 years old are not uncommon on clipper ships that should have been scuttled before the beginning of this century. I had poked among the absurd books out of curiosity, incidentally seeking something to read that would lift me above a gruesome world of sea and sky and walking pestilence. I turned the pages of the book rapidly and laughed at the ridiculous lore that graced its soiled yellow pages. It was a miscellany bearing the title A Winter's Evening, and the incongruity of such a book among such surroundings amused and delighted me, and then I discovered the following passage, and I had no longer any desire to laugh. According to Father Feiju, in the month of June, 1674, some young men were walking by the seaside in Bilbon, when one of them, named Francis de la Vega, suddenly leaped into the sea and disappeared presently. About 5 years afterwards, some fishermen in the environs of Cadiz perceived the figure of a man swimming, and sometimes plunging under the water. It is said that his body was entirely covered with scales. They also added that different parts of his body were hard as shagreen. Father Feiju adds many philosophic reflections on the existence of this phenomenon, and on the means by which a man may be enabled to live at the bottom of the sea. August 7th. This morning I showed Tommy Wells the miscellany. He read it slowly, and his face actually turned yellow. His small blue eyes narrowed. "We must act at once," he said. Later. "We've made our plans. Tommy and I are to bunk together tonight. We have automatics and a sharp knife. The knife we feel will be necessary. This morning, Tommy and I discussed vampirism. "A stake or knife must be driven through the heart," said Tommy. "But a sea vampire, Tommy," I responded, is different." Tommy shrugged to conceal the horror and uncertainty in his tired brain. "We are resolved to do everything possible." August 8th. It is over. Poor Tommy is gone, but Devegi will trouble us no more. I am dazed, horrified, but I must write it all. It is a duty I owe to Tommy. He would want it on record. Tommy was always methodical, and he insisted on regulations. I must put it in the log to please Tommy. We were awake in our bunks when the door opened. We heard the door creak on its hinges. Something unutterable had entered the room. We could hear the thing gulp. Tommy gripped my arm, and I got ready to strike a match. I waited until its soft, slimy approach became unbearable. I waited until it stood at the foot of my bunk, and until its green, glassy eyes were vaguely discernible in the almost total blackness. It was watching me, and I realized that it could see in the dark. I lit the match. My hand shook frightfully, but I carried the match to the tallow wick. And then it sprang. But it didn't spring at me. It went higher, and it got Tommy about the neck. I could hear him choke and gasp. In passing me, the thing had knocked the match from my fingers, and we were once more in total darkness. I had seen something long and green and slimy going upward, and I had heard Tommy's frightful scream, but I saw and heard nothing else for the space of 30 or 40 seconds. I was unable to move or think. I sat on the edge of my bunk, and my heart came up in my throat and flopped over. I was conscious of two objects struggling and gasping on the floor. I heard a gulping and a low moaning. And then the night was loud with Tommy's screams. He shrieked and shrieked and shrieked, and between the screams there came a torrent of jumbled nouns and adjectives. Green eyes, ooze, mouth, wet. I finally got out another match and struck it. I kept my eyes averted and carried the match rapidly to the candle wick. I knew that if my eyes fastened upon the thing on the floor, I should drop the match. I waited until the wick flared, and then I looked. Something was on top of Tommy. It covered him, and seemed apparently about to absorb him. In its evil, distorted features and long-nailed hands, I recognized a caricature of Devegi. But the evil in the man had sprouted. It had turned him into a jellyfish. Fishy monstrosity. His legs and arms actually gave. They were like nothing in this world under the sun and moon and stars. They lengthened and enveloped and choked Tommy. But the worst of all, the body of the thing was covered with greenish scales, and it had pink suckers on its chest. The suckers were lustily at work on poor Tommy. The suckers were draining Tommy dry. His screams kept getting louder and louder, and he muttered pathetic invocations and shameless blasphemies, and his scared eyes watched me. There was a challenge and a mute appeal in them. I thought of the revolver in my bunk. I turned and my fingers sought frantically for the weapon. At length I found it. I gripped the butt and leveled it. I leveled it at Tommy and the thing on the floor. I fired at Tommy and the thing. I had no intention of sparing Tommy. I knew that Tommy would not want that. The appeal in Tommy's suffering eyes was unmistakable. After that, objects refused to retain their identity in my sight. They coalesced and separated and came together again. The objects on the floor merged with the table and chairs and bunk ends. I have a vague recollection of carrying two bodies on deck and dumping them overboard. I remember that one body was long and slimy and strangely heavy. The other was amazingly light. Before I carried the long, heavy body on deck, I drove a knife through its heart. I think that the blood spurted out and spattered my arms and legs. But the memory of this occurrence is more vague than the shadow of a dream. Did the long green body groan when I stabbed it? And did a look of ineffable happiness and gratitude come into its eyes? Did the small body also speak to me before I carried it on deck? Did I later go into Vegi's cabin and breathe the fresh, clean air that blew through it? I cannot answer these questions, but I do not think that they require an answer. August 9th. A breeze! A breeze! The great calm is broken, and all hands are busy forward. I thank God that by tonight we shall be headed toward Frisco. End of the Sea Thing.
"7 Minutes" by Frank Owen. From Weird Tales, October 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. An odd little story is 7 Minutes by Frank Owen. When Dr. Gordon Winwood gave up his splendid practice on Upper Fifth Avenue and left the city, it was a great surprise to his friends. He gave no reason for his leaving, nor did he acquaint anyone with his destination. He simply disappeared from his usual haunts in New York as completely as though he had dissolved into the very air. Among those who knew him, the affair was a 9 days' wonder. but on the 10th day it was forgotten, perhaps eclipsed by some new and greater enigma. Only Barlow Garth, Dr. Winwood's colored assistant, knew where he had gone, and Barlow had gone with him. With him also had gone Coralie Winwood, the doctor's beautiful wife, although even she was unacquainted with the actual facts. As the train sped up into the wild stretches of woodland which carpeted the slopes of the Adirondack Mountains, she sat by her drawing-room window and crooned a rather weird love song, or rather it faintly resembled a love song, for it was like nothing of earth. Sitting there by the window, bathed in sunlight, her lovely hair gleaming and shimmering about her shoulders like a golden flood, she was a thing of marvelous beauty. Her mouth was exquisitely fashioned, rather wistful and demure. The contour of her nose was flawless. Her eyes were violet blue. They gleamed in the sunlight like gorgeous jewels, but their depths suggested darkness, dark pools of brooding mystery. She smiled consistently for no apparent reason, and once she laughed aloud, a musical little laugh which made one think of the tinkling music of a tiny waterfall. Dr. Winwood sat opposite his wife. He feasted his eyes upon her as though he were starving. He seemed to seek to slake his thirst for her in the dark flood of her eyes. When he spoke, there was a gentleness in his voice that was almost a caress. He talked to her as though she were a mere child, and yet, for the most part, when he spoke to her, he seemed to be addressing Barlow Garth, who stood consistently ready for commands, as faithful as the head eunuch in a sultan's palace. Yet, though Barlow Garth stood in the manner of a servant, he was far from a servitor in the eyes of the doctor, for Barlow Garth was Dr. Winwood's greatest friend, despite their difference in color. He had assisted the doctor for years in all his experiments. In New York it used to be fastidiously said that the black man was really the white man's shadow, and not a separate personage at all. Barlow Garth heard the rumor and smiled his inimitable smile, but he did not seem ill-pleased. If he had cared to be gregarious, he could have told the amazing story, which would have sounded almost incredible, for the happenings of the past week had opened up an entirely new path in science. Barlow Garth had written exhaustive accounts of their experiment. He had done so at the doctor's request. Perhaps someday he will publish a technical treatise on the matter, but not until many seasons have passed, and the memory has rather dulled until it fails to cut. Down in New York 6 days before, Coralie Winwood had died, not from any lingering or devastating illness, but merely as a result of a severe heart attack. Although Dr. Winwood and Barlow Garth were both with her at the end, neither broke down or showed their grief in the slightest. There was no time. They were scientists, cold, calculating scientists. They worked over the lifeless body like tireless steel machines. They were summoning all their skill for one supreme experiment. For months, they had been practicing their theory on dead dogs and cats. Now they were trying them on Coralie Winwood. It was not a shocking experiment, nor was there anything even slightly revolting about it. They simply tried to bring Coralie Winwood back to life by use of adrenaline, the most powerful stimulant known, the only drug that is sufficiently strong to give the tremendous shock to the heart which is necessary to restore life. Dr. Winwood was not the first to experiment with adrenaline, nor was he the first to prove its remarkable restorative propensities. Several other scientists had preceded him. He was merely one of the developers. 15 minutes after Coralie had died, she was restored to life, but rationality did not return to her, for it is a proven fact that a person's brain never functions again naturally after he has been actually dead for more than 7 minutes. Thus, while Coralie was apparently alive and well again, as beautiful and warm as ever, she was in reality just a living corpse, not even aware that she was alive. Dr. Winwood could not bear to have anyone see her thus, so he had taken her away to Lost Lake, his summer home, hidden in the heart of the Adirondacks. Dr. Winwood was a spiritualist. He believed there was a possible way for him to get in touch with the spirit of Coralie. If he could do so, he reasoned, he would then be possessed of both the physical and the spiritual bodies of the girl whom he had loved more than anything else in the world. True, body and soul would be separated, but in any event he would be happy if he possessed them both. If his friends had known the workings of his mind, they would have thought him mad. But luckily, no one knew except Barlow Garth, and Barlow believed in his master utterly. Together, they had performed many apparently impossible experiments. Neither of them admitted a thing impossible until it was proved so, and since there was always opportunity for further research, the only thing they admitted impossible was impossibility itself. Although Coralie had lost her real personality, the wraith-like personality which she had assumed was distinctly alluring. She fascinated by her eerie quaintness. She never seemed to truly know either Dr. Winwood or Barlow Garth. She ate the food they set before her, sat with them in the evenings before the open fire, and frequently went on rambles with them into the woodland. Yet never did she show by the faintest sign that she knew them. She would have gone away peacefully with anybody. To her, in her present condition, all people were the same. But what that sameness was open to speculation. When she was rambling about the forest trails or along the winding mountain paths, she was like a dream awakened. Her usual pale face flushed with desire. Her eyes shone with an intense fire. As she walked through the woods, the flowers seemed to bend toward her. Perhaps it was only imagination. Nevertheless, it seemed a reality. But certain it is that the little wild things of the forest never fled when she approached. Rabbits, squirrels, deer, none showed the slightest sign of fear of her. They seemed to sense that she was a beautiful wild thing like themselves. And always on her wandering she sang songs as alluring as those of the sirens. The very woods seemed hushed to listen. Even the birds were silent till the music of her voice had ceased. It was the singing that surprised Dr. Winwood more than anything else. Where had she learned such songs of magical loveliness? If she had no personality whatsoever, how did she remember the songs? Had she gone back into the ages and assumed one of the far distant personalities which had been hers in a former existence? Although Dr. Winwood did not exactly believe in reincarnation, the subject interested him. Coralie seemed possessed of a strange, split-off personality. Only songs and woodland grandeur aroused any glow in her. All else she viewed as from a dream. She was undoubtedly mad, but in a calmly beautiful way. She was never loud or violent, but always gentle as a lovely child. She was like a gorgeous flower growing in a field of gold. Night after night, Dr. Windwood tried to commune with the spirit of Coralie. He went out into the darkness of the mountains, and there he would sit for hours, his eyes closed, trying by the very force of his will to get in touch with her spirit. About him the darkness of the night hung in folds like a velvet canopy. Thousands of sounds echoed faintly to his ears, all in a hushed, subdued tone. Magic could have run rampant in those forests without seeming out of place. But never did Dr. Windwood accomplish his purpose. Night after night he sat on the rocks of the great plateau until the rose-pink tints of dawn commenced to glow in the east. Then he would wearily rise to his feet and walk slowly back to the house, looking terribly haggard and careworn. His only accomplishment was failure. But he did not give up hope. He believed in his theory. One day he heard of an old Indian woman who lived down the lake about 3 miles. She was said to be 110 years old, yet so keen was her sight that she could see beyond the veil of reality. At once the doctor sent Barlow Garth in search of the woman, and at length she came to him. She was picturesque to the extreme. She wore a soft leather skirt and a waist of blue wool. Strung about her neck were dozens of fantastic ropes of beads, which she constantly fingered, as though drawing inspiration or solace from them. Her hands were so bronzed by the sun they were almost black, but they were well-shaped and graceful. Her long, slender fingers were never still for a moment. They seemed ever bent on some obscure quest. The face of the old woman was like a mask. Even when she spoke in a low, quaint voice, the muscles of her face did not appear to move. She seemed petrified by age, almost a mummy. Her little gimlet-like eyes peered sharply forth from her gray-brown face. She smiled craftily after she had conversed long with the doctor, and assured him that she could commune with the spirits at will. "The proper time," she declared softly, "is when the moon is full." That very evening she went with the doctor and Barlow Garth into the woods. She faced the east and muttered some strangely guttural words. Then from her bag she took an odd array of knickknacks: a goat's hoof, some tundra moss, a bit of salt, and a polished piece of ivory nut. With these she proceeded to light a fire. It was slow work, but eventually a tiny blue flame flared up in the darkness of the night. Immediately she commenced to dance a weird, wild dance. Despite her age, she capered about the fire like a sprightly elf, shouting and screaming and screeching for the spirit of Coralie to come to her. It was an uncanny sight. The pitch of her voice was frightful. It seemed to rasp on raw nerves. Dr. Windwood shuddered. He knew at last that the old woman was a charlatan, that she possessed no spiritual power whatever. Her fame, such as it was, rested solely on her power to hypnotize and awe her audience. He rose to his feet and rushed blindly off into the cool blackness of the forest trails. He wanted to be alone, to get away from those awful sounds. His head was bursting, but he was unutterably sad and lonely. The exhibition which he had just viewed seemed like a sacrilege. He knew that the spirit of Coralie would never be influenced by such an extreme display of discord. All through the night he roamed through the forest. Often he fell and the cool, moist breath of the earth seemed to refresh him. Once he laid for almost an hour at full length, as though stunned, yet his faculties were doubly clear, and calmness came to him in the soft, fragrant lush of the dew. When he returned to the house, the sun had been up for hours. Coralie sat on the porch steps, singing softly a plaintive melody. Near by, Barlow Garth reclined in a hammock, gazing into space, as though even in his moment of relaxation his scientific mind refused to let him rest. As Dr. Windwood entered the house, he motioned to Barlow to follow him. Not until they had reached his study did the doctor speak. Then he said, "All last night I wandered through the forest endeavoring to solve my problem. Never before did my mind work so keenly. The cool air on my face seemed to awaken every ounce of energy in me. In the silence of the forest, a simple solution came to me. I marvel I did not think of it before. All along I have been trying to induce the spirit of Coralie to come to me. I failed, but there is nothing to prevent my spirit from temporarily going to hers." Barlow Garth leaned forward in his chair. "What do you mean?" he cried. "Merely that death is a door," was the reply, "and I intend to pass through it for a few minutes only. To many, death appears to be a black flood of mystery. They fear it because they do not understand it. But to me, death holds no fear. It is a natural thing. I think of it merely as an adventure, not necessarily a permanent one. Tonight I intend to die. I will take a certain drug that will stop my heart. Exactly 5 minutes later, you will bring me back to life again. That will give me 5 minutes to remain with Coralie, and as time does not exist in the spiritual world, the period will be as long there as we choose to make it. That gives you a leeway of 2 minutes. Barlow Garth was amazed, but he offered no objection to the suggestion. He knew it would be useless to raise any objections. In any event, he did not desire to do so. He was the perfect servant. He was the perfect friend as well. One could not ask more. So, in the early evening, as the mist blanket of night was spreading over the countryside, the doctor and Barlow went to the study. They took the physical Coralie with them, and arranged a comfortable chair for her in front of the cheerful hearth. In the grate an immense pine log crackled merrily, and Coralie laughed back at it with all the abandon of a simple child. She held out her white fingers to the blaze, and when the warmth came to them, she was glad. She never tired of gazing into the fire, and usually she crooned a bit of a song as she stared. Dr. Windwood took a small wine-glass from the table and slowly drank its contents. Then he lay down on the couch and folded his arms peacefully across his breast, as though he were about to sleep. In a few minutes he was dead. Without a tremor he had passed into the spirit world. With the aid of a stethoscope, Barlow Garth assured himself that death had indeed come. Then he took up his watch and stood over the rigid form, counting the minutes. It was an awesome adventure. There was no sound in the room save the occasional crackling of the embers and the soft, dreamy singing of Coralie. 1, 2, 3, the minutes dragged past. To Barlow Garth each seemed an age. As the 4th minute came, he felt as though his nerves were being drawn taut like rubber bands. He longed for something to happen to break the dreadful spell. Even as the wish came to him, there appeared a bright glow in the room behind him, as though someone had lighted a great torch. As he turned, he beheld Coralie enveloped in flame. Jumping forward, he seized a great rug and wrapped it about her. He worked as quickly as though he had the energy of a dozen men. Her dress had been a flimsy net material, and almost immediately, after it had brushed against the burning log, she was a mass of flames. As Barlow fought to extinguish the fire, she moaned softly, but she did not scream. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be losing consciousness, if such a term can be used in speaking of a girl who was scarcely ever conscious of anything. Barlow Garth burned his hands till the raw flesh showed before the last spark was out. But, quick as he had not been quick enough. Her body was terribly burned, and her face was scarred and blackened almost beyond recognition. The marvelous beauty of Coralie was gone forever. She lay as rigid before him as Dr. Winwood. Barlow Garth gazed on her in horror for a moment. Then he slowly placed the stethoscope on her breast. Her heart had ceased to beat. When he was sure that life was really extinct, he rose to his feet. He seized his watch. Dr. Winwood had been dead for 15 minutes. The fatal 7th minute had come and gone. Barlow Garth recoiled from the watch in horror. What should he do? He gazed at the gruesome thing which had once been the gorgeous Coralie. To rekindle life in her would be to subject her to untold suffering while the wounds were healing. Sadly, he shook his head. Then he turned to Dr. Winwood. If he brought the doctor back to life again, it would be to make of him a living corpse. The mind would be gone. He leaned down and looked into his beloved master's face. The lips were smiling, and there was an expression of calmer repose about the eyes than there had been for months. Barlow Garth bowed his head in thankfulness as he realized that Dr. Winwood had found his beloved Coralie at last. The end of 7 Minutes by Frank Owen. Silence, A Fable by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The mountain pinnacles slumber. Valleys, crags, and caves are silent. Silence, A Fable by Edgar Allan Poe. "Listen to me," said the demon as he placed his hand upon my head. "The region of which I speak is a dreary region in Libya, by the borders of the river Zar, and there is no quiet there, nor silence. The waters of the river have a saffron and sickly hue, and they flow not onward to the sea, but palpitate forever and forever beneath the red eye of the sun with a tumultuous and convulsive motion. For many miles on either side of the river's oozy bed is a pale desert of gigantic water lilies. They sigh one into the other in that solitude, and stretch toward the heaven their long and ghastly necks, and nod to and fro their everlasting heads. And there is an indistinct murmur which cometh out from among them, like the rushing of subterranean water. And they sigh one unto the other. but there is a boundary to their realm, the boundary of the dark, horrible, lofty forest. There, like the waves about the Hebrides, the low underwood is agitated continually, but there is no wind throughout the heaven, and the tall, primeval trees rock eternally hither and thither with a crashing and mighty sound. And from their high summits, one by one, drop everlasting dews, and at the roots strange poisonous flowers lie writhing in perturbed slumber. And overhead, with a rustling and loud noise, the gray clouds rush westward forever, until they roll, a cataract, over the fiery wall of the horizon. But there is no wind throughout the heaven, and by the shores of the river Zaire there is neither quiet nor silence. It was night, and the rain fell, and falling, it was rain, but having fallen, it was blood. And I stood in the morass among the tall, and the rain fell upon my head, and the lilies sighed one unto the other in the solemnity of their desolation. And all at once the moon arose through the thin, ghastly mist, and was crimson in color. And mine eyes fell upon a huge gray rock, which stood by the shore of the river, and was lighted by the light of the moon. And the rock was gray, and ghastly, and tall. And the rock was gray. Upon its front were characters engraven in the stone, and I walked through the morass of water lilies until I came close unto the stone, that I might read the characters upon the stone. But I could not decipher them. And I was going back into the morass when the moon shone with a fuller red, and I turned and looked upon the rock and upon the characters, and the characters were desolation. And I looked upward, and there stood a man upon the summit of the rock, and I hid myself among the water lilies, that I might discover the actions of the man. And the man was tall and stately in form, and was wrapped up from his shoulders to his feet in a toga of old Rome, and the outlines of his figure were indistinct, but his features were the features of a deity, for the mantle of the night, and of the mist, and of the moon, and of the dew had left uncovered the features of his face. And his brow was lofty with thought, and his eyes wild with care, and in the few furrows upon his cheek I read the fables of sorrow and weariness and disgust with mankind, and a longing after solitude. And the man sat upon the rock, and leaned his head upon his hand, and looked out upon the desolation. He looked down into the low, unquiet shrubbery, and up into the tall, primeval trees, and up higher at the rustling heaven, and into the crimson moon. And I lay close within shelter of the lilies, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in his solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. And the man turned his attention from the heaven, and looked out upon the dreary river Zaire, and upon the yellow, ghastly waters, and upon the pale legions of water lilies. And the man listened to the sighs of the water lilies, and to the murmur that came up from among them. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the action of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I went down into the recesses of the morass, and waited afar, in among the wildness of the lilies, and called upon the hippopotami, which dwelt among the ferns in the recesses of the morass. And the hippopotami heard my call, and came, with the behemoth, unto the foot of the rock, and roared loudly and fearfully beneath the moon. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I cursed the elements with the curse of tumult, and a frightful tempest gathered in the heaven where before there had been no wind. And the heaven became livid with the violence of the tempest, and the rain beat upon the head of the man, and the floods of the river came down, and the river was tormented into foam, and the water lilies shrieked within their beds, and the forest crumbled before the wind, and the thunder rolled, and the lightning fell, and the rock rocked to its foundation. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude. But the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I grew angry and cursed with the curse of silence, the river, and the lilies, and the wind, and the forest, and the heaven, and the thunder, and the sighs of the water lilies. And they became accursed, and were still. And the moon ceased to totter up its pathway to heaven, and the thunder died away, and the lightning did not flash, and the clouds hung motionless, and the waters sank to their level and remained, and the trees ceased to rock, and the water lilies sighed no more, and the murmur was heard no longer from among them, not any shadow of sound throughout the vast, illuminable desert. And I looked upon the characters of the rock, and they were changed, and the characters were silence. And mine eyes fell upon the countenance of the man, and his countenance was wan with terror. And hurriedly he raised his head from his hand, and stood forth upon the rock, and listened. But there was no voice throughout the vast illuminable desert, and the characters upon the rock were silence. And the man shuddered, and turned his face away, and fled afar off in haste, so that I beheld him no more. Now there are fine tales in the volume of the Magi, in the iron-bound melancholy volumes of the Magi. Therein, I say, are glorious histories of the heaven, and of the earth, and of the mighty sea, and of the genii that once ruled the sea, and the earth, and the lofty heaven. There was much more lore, too, in the sayings which were said by the syllabus, and holy, holy things were heard of old by the dim leaves that trembled around Dodona. But as Allah liveth, that fable which the demon told me as he sat by my side in the shadow of the tomb, I hold to be the most wonderful of all. And as the demon made an end to his story, he fell back within the cavity of the tomb and laughed. And I could not laugh with the demon, and he cursed me because I could not laugh. And the lynx which dwelleth forever in the tomb came out therefrom, and lay down at the feet of the demon, and looked at him steadily in the face. The end of Silence, a Fable, by Edgar Allan Poe. The Suicide by Malcolm Ford Henry. From Weird Tales, December, 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Gray Story of the Horror of Death. The Suicide by Malcolm Ford Henry. I am a stranger amongst men, for I stand in the midst of friends, and they know me not. I speak to them, and they stare at me askance, and some of them look startled and grow pale as they peer more closely into my face with an awed intake of breath. They are so amused, these mortals, that I fain would laugh, though I dare not, for what would be their feelings if they could fathom my true identity? But they never will, they never can, and I walk among them safe, for I am a stranger, and my secret will never be known to the end of time. In my mind's eye I can see them now, and I conceal a smile as I think how they would draw away from me with an awful horror in their staring eyes, how the blood would run cold in their veins, and their bodies would be racked with trembling in the terrible fear of the unknown, if they but knew. For I am dead, and I am alive. My earthly being is a grim paradox manipulated by the mischievous fingers of some strange fate. I go forth on the walks of men, and my body lives, but I am dead. I am dead. I know that my spirit cannot again be burdened with the weight of a human body, condemned to the horrible fate of a terrestrial existence. Then why am I here? Let me look back. Let my retrospective gaze dwell upon the past, and perhaps I can fathom the depth of my sin and know why I must live though I am dead. It began a long time ago, oh, many years ago, and I was but a child and played like other children. But was it like other children? I seemed to hear a soft voice saying, "My son, why must you be so rude to your friends?" And so, as time passed on, I played or remained more to myself. One there was who sought to befriend me, one who, as I think now, was as near an angel in human form as can ever appear on this earth. I repulsed her with the rest. That which adds most to my present anguish is the clarity with which these images of former times burn in my mind. I repulsed her with the rest. My self-centeredness, my colossal selfishness, my impetuousness, my imperiousness. Do I wonder that friends were lacking? I cared for naught, and my deformed soul spread in its path blackness and hatred. I had a mother whose love bounded upon fatuity. Now I have no one, nothing. I am alone. I am lost. They loved me, and I repulsed them. I lost all my old associates and sought new. I sank lower and lower, yet they clung with strength born of desperation. They pleaded and fought to save me, in vain. I was ruthless, and I crushed in their hearts their boundless faith in me. And then I sought the grim relief, the balm of crushed hopes, restful oblivion, suicide. How sweet a thing the death of the despairing dream! Nothing but the grave, cool, dark, restful. So I turned to suicide, but that dream is deceptive, terribly deceptive. It was so amusing, so highly entertaining. I can remember it all so distinctly. It seemed I was discouraged and heartsick, but I now wonder if I could really have conceived the agony of the broken hearts that I caused to ache. It was night when the darkness and shadows of the earth blended with the darkness of my soul, save that mine showed forth the blacker by contrast. Ah, night is so very close to death sometimes, and I, with all the despair of the wrecked and broken existence, gave myself up to that sweet dream which has been the elusive lure to myriad hordes that have passed before me. How dark it was! How dark is everything! I climbed high to the wretched attic of the house where I lived, for with the last faint glimmer of respect I had removed from the dwelling of my people to live apart in a wretched and destitute portion of the city, far away from the haunts of former days. How dark indeed was the attic, so that I needs must grope my way to the little window. There, without, was a huge iron hook, black and sinister, for what purpose I know not, but above the dark and silent street. To this I caught my rope. They found me at dawn, and I can see them now, for I did see them. Their wide, distended eyes, awed, terrified, and I can hear their cries at first, and later only the hushed, peculiar whispers that always betoken the presence of death. And then they came and cut me down, and drew me in with such care, with such dissimulation, as if they feared I might return to life and demand abruptly that I be left to my own devices. And they gathered around me, still conversing in the same awed whispers, for they thought I was dead. And then some very important gentleman was bending over me and inspecting me, and later, when all was quiet, someone was weeping over me, not passionately or wildly, just a gentle weeping, like the wind whistling among the leaves. All the while I stood to one side and watched the proceedings with consummate interest. I stood among the eager, curious crowd, and later I stood alone in the chamber when my mother came. It was not I, only that lifeless clay that had havened mine, and I, the real I, was unnoticed. But still I heard nothing, and indeed saw very little, and all the dark, the passionate, the corporeal despair seemed to have fled my mind, and left over a more hopeless and consuming sorrow. I walked forth and attempted to find rest, but in vain. I visited my old haunts, but no one noticed, or appeared even to realize my presence, and when I spoke to those with whom I had sunk so low, they only stared at me, as if I were an intruder. And there was one with whom I had consorted most, a dirty, evil wretch, in whom I had always found something of a kindred spirit. I spoke, and he growled a surly reply, but at length, drawn by some strange attraction, he took notice of me, and we entered into conversation. "You knew him?" I asked. He understood, and spat forth a vile curse. "Ah, for many years," he growled with a sullen reluctance, "and a low and more depraved dog never found the road to hell. God, that I should have associated with him! That I should ever have known him! I'm bad, sir, about as low and filthy as you can find, but not like him, thank God, not like him. I never had a chance. He had a mother, and I saw her up there today. He had a mother, a friend, someone, anyone I never had. He but cheated the hangman. I would have killed him sooner or later. I fled precipitously, my whole soul burning as if in truth consumed by the fires of hell. This was one of the lowest and most depraved villains that had ever trod the dark and murky paths of the underworld. I suffered tortures, wandering on and on, knowing not where to betake myself, merely seeking, never finding. I sensed nothing but loss, felt no passion but grief, no sensation but sorrow, and the oppressive, desolate emptiness of the world. At length I aroused myself and took note of my surroundings, and was not a little surprised and agitated to find that I had wandered into the near vicinity of my childhood home. I attempted to restrain myself, but strode on as if fascinated, my eyes gazing eagerly upon the familiar surroundings. Familiar, I say, and yet possessed of a strangeness that I was unable to fathom. How peaceful and quiet the old street appeared in the gentle rays of the late afternoon sun that had burst forth from its concealment behind the day's murky gloom. How peaceful and quiet indeed, contrasting so harshly with the grating turmoil of my soul. There was the old house, its very familiar line. I halted, horrified, frozen. Upon the familiar old door hung a wreath. For a long time I stood motionless, while thoughts raced madly through my mind, while I stared at the dismal symbol of death, of the thing that lay beyond those doors. My vision seemed to pierce those stolid, unimpassioned walls, and see the thing that lay beyond, that stiff and clammy piece of clay that was I, and I was afraid. Trembling, as if taken with the ague, I retraced my footsteps to the little grocery store on the corner, and entered hastily, as if to escape something intangible that my mind failed to grasp. Everything was as I remembered it. Behind the counter stood the bent and sunken figure of the merchant that I had known all my life, but older, much older than when I had last seen him. For a moment I thought he knew me, that unlike others he sensed what his bleary old eyes could not discern. "A death," I said in a voice that was hoarse and unreal. "I see there has been a death." "A death," he repeated vaguely. "Yes, there has been a death. Our loss, hell's gain. God, he was bad. For his own sake, it was well. But his mother, sir, she is a good woman. She didn't deserve this. Her boy, her own boy, if it could only have been otherwise. You knew him then?" "Knew him? Yes. The most despicable scoundrel that ever lived. It was his willfulness and hot-headed intolerance. He had every opportunity. If he had only died at birth, God knows the world would have been better." The sun had sunk below the horizon, and the cold, damp wind blew from the north. It seemed that things had changed suddenly to match the dismal foreboding of my mind. Fitful glares of lightning lit up the western sky, and low, almost inaudible moans of thunder reached my superacute senses. I hesitated before the house, and the black wreath seemed to oppress, to burden me. Then it receded as the door opened softly, and she stood before me. For a moment of utter silence we faced each other, silence broken only by the angry, far-away murmur of thunder. Then, very slowly and softly, I stepped within and closed the door. But she continued to gaze at me and spoke in a low, apathetic voice. "There has been a death. Who are you?" "I am an old friend of his," I lied. No one had ever been his more bitter enemy. "His mother, she is?" "Yes, there." She followed me into the large, poorly lighted library. The mother gazed at me from dry eyes that seemed vaguely to misunderstand, and I had a feeling of an animal that had been beaten, not knowing why. The younger woman was making some explanation that reached my ears but made no impression. Then the mother came forward to grasp my hand, and I found myself making answers to her queries. Yes, I knew him well, many years. But he was not really bad. Oh, tell me that he was not. I glanced beyond her at the girl and saw in her eyes an expression of pleading. "There have been many exaggerations," I replied evasively. "Oh, he couldn't have been as bad as they say. He couldn't." For a moment, I thought she was about to break down. Presently, however, she composed herself and inquired in a stronger voice, "Perhaps you would like to see the body?" "God, no!" I exclaimed, and then in a gentler voice, "No, I would prefer not." "Ah, he does not look as bad as that," she protested, cut by my thoughtless exclamation. "He does not look so bad. They have altered his appearance. He is younger, more as he was in the old days. In the old days, when he was my little boy. It seems such a long time, so many years, but I have been very patient, very brave. It has been a long time, sir, a very long time, since he was a little boy, my baby with his baby laugh and bright eyes, just like other women's babies, and I loved him, too, just as they loved their children, and I watched him and prayed for him, watched him grow. Oh, how could I know? How could I? God help me, I wanted to be calm, to take it bravely, but he's still mine, still my little baby." She broke into a passionate weeping that told of a restraint broken for the first time. I was stunned, overwhelmed. Even despite the morning episode, I had expected something else. Denunciation, calm regret, anything but this. I turned wildly to the hall, but she was before me, and as I gazed into her face, at once quiet and pathetically pleading, I felt a recurrence of the old passion that the years had hardened, obliterated. "I'm sorry," she said, with the old gentleness. "I am sorry that you should have been here. It is the first time she has broken, but, oh, why had it happened? She had loved him better than life itself. And oh, the months, the years we fought to save him, and every night I prayed for him. But it is useless. Oh, God, it is useless." Useless, useless. How utterly vain she could not even dream. Out into the Stygian darkness and fury of the tempest I staggered, on and on, seeking nothing now, finding nothing. It is so dark, so terribly dark, and I am alone, alone with my sorrow. Within me dwells the only lasting, the eternal hell. I am lonely, so lonely, and lost. The end of The Suicide by Malcolm Ford Henry.
The Terror by Night. From Uncanny Tales, edited by C. Arthur Pearson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Terror by Night, edited by C. Arthur Pearson. Maynard disencumbered himself from his fishing creel, stabbed the butt of his rod into the turf, and settled down in the heather to fill a pipe. All round him stretched the undulating moor, purple in the late summer sunlight. To the southward, low down, a faint haze told where the sea lay. The stream at his feet sang its queer, crooning moor song as it rambled onward, chuckling to meet a bed of pebbles somewhere out of sight, whispering mysteriously to the rushes that fringed its banks of peat, deepening to a sudden contralto as it poured over granite boulders into a scum-flecked pool below. For a long time the man sat smoking. Occasionally he turned his head to watch with keen eyes the fretful movements of a fly hovering above the water. Then a sudden dimple in the smooth surface of the stream arrested his attention. A few concentric ripples widened, travelled towards him, and were absorbed in the current. His lips curved into a little smile, and he reached for his rod. In the clear water he could see the origin of the ripples. A small trout, unconscious of his presence, was waiting in its hover for the next titbit to float downstream. Presently it rose again. "The odds are 10-1 in your favour," said the man. "Let's see." He dropped on one knee, and the cast leapt out in feathery coils. Once, twice it swished. The third time it alighted like thistledown on the surface. There was a tiny splash, a laugh, and the little green heart rod flicked a trout high over his head. It was the merest baby, 1/2 an ounce perhaps, and it fell from the hook into the herbage some yards from the stream. "Little ass," said Maynard. "That was meant for your big brother." He recovered his cast and began to look for his victim. Without avail he searched the heather, and as the faithful seconds sped, at last laid down his rod and dropped on hands and knees to probe among the grass stems. For a while he hunted in vain. Then the sunlight showed a golden sheen among some stones. Maynard gave a grunt of relief, but as his hand closed round it, a tiny flutter passed through the fingerling. It gave a final gasp and was still. Knitting his brows in almost comical vexation, he hastened to restore it to the stream, holding it by the tail and striving to impart a lifelike wiggle to its limpness. "Buck up, old thing," he murmured encouragingly. "Oh, buck up, you're all right, really, you are." But the old thing was all wrong. In fact, it was dead. Standing in the wet shingle, Maynard regarded the speckled atom as it lay in the palm of his hand. "A matter of seconds, my son. One instant in all eternity would have made just the difference between life and death to you, and the high gods denied it you." On the opposite side of the stream, set back about 30 paces from the brink, stood a granite boulder. It was as high as a man's chest, roughly cubical in shape, but the weather and clinging moss had rounded its edges, and in places segments had crumbled away, giving foothold to clumps of fern and starry moorflowers. On 3 sides, the surrounding ground rose steeply, forming an irregular horseshoe mound that opened to the west. Perhaps it was the queer amphitheatrical effect of this setting that connected up some whimsical train of thought in Maynard's brain. "It would seem as if the gods had claimed you," he mused, still holding the corpse. "You shall be a sacrifice, a burnt sacrifice to the god of waste places." He laughed at the conceit, half ashamed of his own childishness, and crossing the stream by some boulders, he brushed away the earth and weed from the top of the great stone. Then he retraced his steps and gathered a handful of bleached twigs that the winter floods had left stranded along the margin of the stream. These he arranged methodically on the cleared space. On the top of the tiny pyre he placed the troutlet. "There," he said, and smiling gravely, struck a match. A faint column of smoke curled up into the still air, and as he spoke, the lower rim of the setting sun met the edge of the moor. The evening, seemed suddenly to become incredibly still, even the voice of the stream ceasing to be a sound distinct. A wagtail bobbing in the shallows fled into the waste. Overhead, the smoke trembled upwards, a faint stain against the cloudless sky. The stillness seemed almost acute. It was as if the moor were waiting, and holding its breath while it waited. Then the twigs upon his altar crackled, and the pale flames blazed up. The man stepped back with artistic appreciation of the effect. To be really impressive, there ought to be more smoke, he continued. Round the base of the stone were clumps of small flowers. They were crimson in colour and had thick, fleshy leaves. Hastily, he snatched a handful and piled it on the fire. The smoke darkened and rose in a thick column. There was a curious pungency in the air. Far off, the church bell in some unseen hamlet struck the hour. The distant sound, coming from the world of men and everyday affairs, seemed to break the spell. An ousel fluttered across the stream and dabbled in a puddle among some stones. Rabbits began to show themselves and frisk with lengthened shadows in the clear spaces. Maynard looked at his watch, half mindful of a train to be caught somewhere miles away, and then, held by the peace of running water, stretched himself against the sloping ground. The glowing world seemed peopled by tiny folk, living out their timid, inscrutable lives around him. A water rat, passing bright-eyed upon his lawful occasion, paused on the border of the stream to consider the stranger, and was lost to view. A stagnant pool among some reeds caught the reflection of the sunset and changed on the instant into raw gold. Maynard plucked a grass stem and chewed it reflectively, staring out across the purple moor and lazily watching the western sky turn from glory to glory. Over his head, the smoke of the sacrifice still curled and eddied upwards. Then a sudden sound sent him onto one elbow, the thud of an approaching horse's hooves. "More ponies," he muttered, and rising stood expectant beside his smoking altar. Then he heard the sudden jingle of a bit, and presently a horse and rider climbed into view against the pure sky. A young girl, breeched, booted, and spurred like a boy, drew rein and sat looking down into the hollow. For a moment neither spoke. Then Maynard acknowledged her presence by raising his tweed hat. She gave a little nod. "I thought it was somebody swailing, burning the heather." She considered the embers on the stone, and then her grey eyes travelled back to the spare, tweed-clad figure beside it. He smiled in his slow way, a rather attractive smile. "No, I've just concluded some pagan rites in connection with a small trout." He nodded gravely at the stone. "That was a burnt sacrifice." With whimsical seriousness he told her of the trout's demise and high destiny. For a moment she looked doubtful, but the inflection of breeding in his voice, the wholesome lean face and humorous eyes reassured her. A smile hovered about the corners of her mouth. "Oh, is that it? I wondered—" She gathered the reins and turned her horse's head. "Forgive me if I dragged you out of your way," said Maynard, never swift to conventionality, but touched by the tired shadow in her eyes. The faint droop of her mouth, too, betrayed intense fatigue. "You look fagged. I don't want to be a nuisance or bore you, but I wish you'd let me offer you a sandwich. I've some milk here, too." The girl looked round the ragged moor, brooding in the twilight, and half hesitated. Then she forced a wan little smile. "I am tired, and hungry too. Have you enough for us both?" "Lots," said Maynard. To himself he added, "And what's more, my child, you'll have a little fainting affair in a few minutes if you don't have a feed. Come and rest for a minute," he continued aloud. He spoke with pleasant impersonal kindliness, and as he turned to his satchel, she slipped out of the saddle and came towards him, leading her horse. "Drink that," he said, holding out the cup of his flask. She drank with a wry little face and coughed. "I put a little whisky in it," he explained. "You needed it." She thanked him and sat down with the bridle linked over her arm. The colour crept back into her cheeks. Maynard produced a packet of sandwiches and a pasty. "I've been mooning about the moor all afternoon and lost myself twice," she explained between frank mouthfuls. "I'm hopelessly late for dinner, and I've still got miles to go." "Do you know the way now?" he asked. "Oh, yes. It won't take me long. My family are sensible too and don't fuss." She looked at him, her long lashed eyes a little serious. "But you, how are you going to get home? It's getting late to be out on the moor afoot." Maynard laughed. "Oh, I'm all right, thanks." He sniffed the warm September night. "I think I shall sleep here, as a matter of fact. I'm a gypsy by instinct. Give to me the life I love. Let the lave go by me. Give the jolly heaven above." He broke off, arrested by her unsmiling eyes. She was silent for a moment. "People don't as a rule sleep out about here." The words came jerkily, as if she were forcing a natural tone into her voice. "No?" He was accustomed to being questioned on his unconventional mode of life and was prepared for the usual expostulations. She looked abruptly towards him. "Are you superstitious?" He laughed and shook his head. "I don't think so. But what has that got to do with it?" She hesitated, flushing a little. "There is a legend. People about here say that the moor here is haunted. There is a thing that hunts people to death." He laughed outright, wondering how old she was. 17 or 18, perhaps. She had said her people didn't fuss. That meant she was left to herself to pick up all these old wives' tales. "Really? Has anyone been caught?" She nodded, unsmiling. "Yes, old George Toms. He was one of Dad's tenants, a big purple-faced man who drank a lot and never took much exercise. They found him in a ditch with his clothes all torn and covered with mud. He had been run to death. There was no wound on his body, but his heart was broken." Her thoughts recurred to the stone against which they leant and his quaint conceit. "You were rather rash to go offering burnt sacrifices about here, don't you think? Dad says that stone is the remains of an old Phoenician altar too." She was smiling now, but the seriousness lingered in her eyes. "And I have probably invoked some terrible heathen deity, Ashtoreth or Pugum or Baal. How awful," he added, with mock gravity. The girl rose to her feet. "You are laughing at me. The people about here are superstitious, and I am a Celt too. I belong here." He jumped up with a quick protest. "No, I'm not laughing at you. Please don't think that. But it's a little hard to believe in active evil when all around is so beautiful." He helped her to mount and walked to the top of the mound at her stirrup. "Tell me, is there any charm or incantation in case?" His eyes were twinkling, but she shook her fair head soberly. "They say iron, cold iron, is the only thing it cannot cross. But I must go." She held out her hand with half-shy friendliness. "Thank you for your niceness to me." Her eyes grew suddenly wistful. "Really, though, I don't think I should stay there if I were you. Please." He only laughed, however, and she moved off, shaking her impatient horse into a canter. Maynard stood looking after her till she was swallowed by the dusk and surrounding moor. Then, thoughtfully, he retraced his steps to the hollow. A cloud lay across the face of the moon when fear awoke Maynard. He rolled onto one elbow and stared round the hollow, filled with inexplicable dread. He was ordinarily a courageous man and had no nerves to speak of, yet, as his eyes followed the line of the ridge against the sky, he experienced terror, the elementary, nauseating terror of childhood, when the skin tingles and the heart beats at a suffocating gallop. It was very dark, but momentarily his eyes grew accustomed to it. He was conscious of a queer, pungent smell, horribly animal and corrupt. Suddenly the utter silence broke, He heard a rattle of stones, the splash of water about him, realized that it was the brook beneath his feet, and that he, Maynard, was running for his life. Neither then nor later did reason assert itself. He ran without question or amazement. His brain, the part where human reasoning holds normal sway, was dominated by the purely primitive instinct of flight. And in that sudden rout of courage and self-respect, one conscious thought alone remained. Whatever it was that was even then at his heels, he must not see it. At all costs, it must be behind him. And resisting the sudden terrified impulse to look over his shoulder, he unbuttoned his tweed jacket and disengaged himself from it as he ran. The faint haze that had gathered round the full moon dispersed, and he saw the moor stretching before him, grey and still, glistening with dew. He was of frugal and temperate habits, a wiry man at the height of his physical powers, with lean flanks and a deep chest. At Oxford, they had said he was built to run for his life. He was running for it now, and he knew it. The ground sloped upwards after a while, and he tore up the incline, breathing deep and hard, down into a shallow valley, leaping gorse bushes, crashing through whortle and meadowsweet, stumbling over peat cuttings and the workings of forgotten tin mines. An idiotic popular tune raced through his brain. He found himself trying to frame the words, but they broke into incoherent prayers, still to the same grotesque tune. Then, as he breasted the flank of a boulder-strewn tor, he seemed to hear snuffling, breathing behind him, and redoubling his efforts, stepped into a rabbit hole. He was up and running again in the twinkling of an eye, limping from a twisted ankle as he ran. He sprinted over the crest of the hill and thought he heard the sound almost abreast of him, away to the right. In the dry bed of a watercourse, some stones were dislodged and fell with a rattle in the stillness of the night. He bore away to the left. A moment later, there was something nearly at his left elbow, and he smelt again the nameless fetid reek. He doubled, and the ghastly truth flashed upon him. The thing was playing with him. He was being hunted for sport, the sport of a horror unthinkable. The sweat ran down into his eyes. He lost all count of time. His wristwatch was smashed on his wrist. He ran through a reeling eternity, sobbing for breath, stumbling, tripping, fighting a leaden weariness, and ever the same unreasoning terror urged him on. The moon and ragged skyline swam about him. The blood drummed deafeningly in his ears, and his eyeballs felt as if they would burst from their sockets. He had nearly bitten his swollen tongue in two, falling over an unseen peat cutting, and blood-flecked foam gathered on his lips. God, how he ran! But he was no longer among bog and heather. He was running, shambling now, along a road. The loping pursuit of that nameless, shapeless something sounded like an echo in his head. He was nearing a village, but saw nothing save a red mist that swam before him like a fog. The road underfoot seemed to rise and fall in wave-like undulations. Still he ran, with sobbing gasps and limbs that swerved under his weight. At his elbow hung death unnameable, and the fear of it urged him on, while every instinct of his exhausted body called out to him to fling up his hands and end it. Out of the mist ahead rose the rough outline of a building by the roadside. It was the village smithy, half workshop, half dwelling. The road here skirted a patch of grass, and the moonlight, glistening on the dew, showed the dark circular scars of the turf where, for a generation, the smith's peat fires had heated the great iron hoops that tired the wheels of the wains. One of these was even then lying on the ground, with the turves placed in readiness for firing in the morning. And in the throbbing darkness of Maynard's consciousness, a voice seemed to speak faintly, the voice of a girl. There's a thing that hunts people to death, but iron, cold iron, it cannot cross. The sweat of death was already on his brow as he reeled sideways, plunging blindly across the uneven tufts of grass. His feet caught in some obstruction, and he pitched forward into the sanctuary of the huge iron tire, a spasm of cramp twisting his limbs up under him. As he fell, a great blackness rose around him, and with it the bewildered clamour of awakened dogs. Dr. Stanmore came down the flagged path from the smith's cottage, pulling on his gloves. A big car was passing slowly up the village street, and as it came abreast the smithy, the doctor raised his hat. The car stopped, and the driver, a fair-haired girl, leant sideways from her seat. "Good morning, Dr. Stanmore. What's the matter here? Nothing wrong with any of Matthew's children, is there?" The doctor shook his head gravely. "No, Lady Dorothy, they're all at school. This is no one belonging to the family. A stranger who was taken mysteriously ill last night just outside the forge, and they brought him in. It's a most queer case and very difficult to diagnose. That is to say, to give a diagnosis in keeping with one's professional, conscience." The girl switched off the engine and took her hand from the brake lever. Something in the doctor's manner arrested her interest. "What is the matter with him?" she queried. "What diagnosis have you made, professional or otherwise?" "Shock, Lady Dorothy. Severe exhaustion and shock. Heart strained, superficial lesions, bruises, scratches, and so forth. Mentally, he is in a great state of excitement and terror, lapsing into delirium at times. That is really the most serious feature. In fact, unless I can calm him, I'm afraid we may have some brain trouble on top of the other thing. It's most mysterious." The girl nodded gravely, holding her underlip between her white teeth. "What does he look like? In appearance, I mean. Is he young?" The shadow of a smile crossed the doctor's eyes. "Yes, Lady Dorothy, quite young and very good looking. He is a man of remarkable athletic build. He is calmer now, and I have left Matthew's wife with him while I slip out to see a couple of other patients." Lady Dorothy rose from her seat and stepped down out of the car. "I think I know your patient," she said. "In fact, I had taken the car to look for him, to ask him to lunch with us. Do you think I might see him for a minute? If it is the person I think it is, I may be able to help you diagnose his illness." Together, they walked up the path and entered the cottage. The doctor led the way upstairs and opened a door. A woman sitting by the bed rose and dropped a curtsy. Lady Dorothy smiled a greeting to her and crossed over to the bed. There, his face grey and drawn with exhaustion, with shadows round his closed eyes, lay Maynard. One hand lying on the counterpane opened and closed convulsively. His lips moved. The physician eyed the girl interrogatively. "Do you know him?" he asked. She nodded and put her firm, cool hand over the twitching fingers. "Yes," she said, "and I warned him. Tell me, is he very ill?" "He requires rest, careful nursing, absolute quiet." "All that he can have at the manor," said the girl softly. She met the doctor's eyes and looked away, a faint colour tinging her cheeks. "Will you go and telephone to father? I will take him back in the car now if he is well enough to be moved." "Yes, he is well enough to be moved," said the doctor. "It is very kind of you, Lady Dorothy, and I will go and telephone at once. Will you stay with him for a little while?" He left the room, and they heard his feet go down the narrow stairs. The cottage door opened and closed. The two women, the old and the young, peasant and peer's daughter, looked at each other, and there was in their glance that complete understanding which can only exist between women. "Do we mind old Jargon Tom's, my lady?" Lady Dorothy nodded. I know, and I warned him. They won't believe, these men. They think because they are so big and strong that there is nothing that can hurt them. 'Twas the iron that saved him, my lady. 'Twas inside one of John's new tyres as was lying on the ground that us found him. Dogs barking wakened us up, but it hadn't else." A sound downstairs sent her flying to the door. "'Tis the kettle, my lady, John's dinner, spillin'. Ain't I forgettin'?" She hurried out of the room and closed the door. The sound of their voices seemed to have roused the occupant of the bed. His eyelids fluttered, and opened. His eyes rested full on the girl's face. For a moment there was no consciousness in their gaze, then a whimsical ghost of a smile crept about his mouth. "Go on," he said in a weak voice. "Say it." "Say what?" asked Lady Dorothy. She was suddenly aware that her hand was still on his, but the twitching fingers had closed about hers in a calm, firm grasp. "Say I told you so." She shook her head with a little smile. "I told you that cold iron saved me." He told her of the iron hoop on the ground outside the forge. "You saved me last night." She disengaged her hand gently. "I saved you last night, since you say so, but in future—" Someone was coming up the stairs. Maynard met her eyes with a long look. "I have no fear," he said. "I have found something better than cold iron." The door opened and the doctor came in. He glanced at Maynard's face and touched his pulse. "The case is yours, Lady Dorothy," he said with a little bow. End of The Terror by Night. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" He cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair, his right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk, before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it, until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I am a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted, dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel. And still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences, but abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marvelled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real. And it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather, that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence, and still I cannot move. The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. I am no longer afraid, he said. Why? I interjected. Why? I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. Because, he paused, because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, some day, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait. What is it doing now? I asked. It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait. Myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of, he faltered, of, I can name it only aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know. I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly, a black frustration built up within me. What are you waiting for? I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. What are you waiting for? I do not know. The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. I do not know, he repeated. Yes, I do know. Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left for good. It had to be now. Tell me, I command you, I cried. What are you waiting for? His voice was quiet as he murmured softly, implacably, before he was gone. We are waiting, he said, for you. End of There Is a Reaper.
With the Coming of Dawn by Leslie N. Johnson. From Weird Tales, July 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. With the Coming of Dawn by Leslie N. Johnson. All was quiet in the death chamber. The guard trod the narrow strip of carpet that ran around the death cell carefully, lest he awaken from his fitful slumbers the figure sprawled in the roll of blankets on the small cot within. From somewhere in the building came a muffled booming of a clock. It was midnight. Dr. Blas, convicted murderer, stirred. Quickly he jumped to his feet and rushed to the steel bars that separated him from the guard. "What time is it, guard?" he asked excitedly. "Just midnight," the guard answered, noting the bloodless fingers that encircled the bars in a vice-like grip. A relieved expression fell upon the pallid face at the words. The nervous play of facial muscles was momentarily halted, and the man sank into a scarred chair beside the little table. 6 hours, he muttered. 6 hours. The words died away in a harsh whisper as his head dropped between his outspread arms. Limply he sat there, until the twitching body and labored breathing told of the tempest of his emotions. With a sudden wild cry, he leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with maniacal fury. "They shall not! They shall not hang me!" he shouted at the top of his voice. He threw himself against the wooden bars, beating upon them with clenched fists, cried out hoarsely at the futility of it all. Spent, he fell sobbing to the floor and grew quiet in the arms of blessed unconsciousness. The changing of the guards aroused the condemned man. "What time is it, guard?" he asked anxiously. He was quiet now, but his face was set with the rigidity of marble, and his eyes gleamed with a new light, a light of triumph and fixed purpose. 5 o'clock. "It's nearly time," muttered the prisoner. "Guard, may I have a pencil and paper?" "You may have anything you want within reason. That's the law," the guard answered as he turned into the little anteroom. Hastily, Dr. Blas wrote. He wrote until his eyes went to the window of the chamber, and he beheld the first streaks of the coming dawn. His nervous fingers relaxed their hold, and the pencil clattered to the uncovered tabletop as the doctor stared at the breaking day. "It's daylight!" gasped the prisoner incredulously, and his eyes fell to the single sentence he had written. "Rather would I die by my own hand, proclaiming my innocence, than die on the scaffold and be regarded as guilty." With a sudden gesture of decision, he turned to the sentry. "May I have a glass of water?" As the guard disappeared into the anteroom, Dr. Blas took hold of the large stone in his ring, the ring the warden, as a last concession, had allowed him to wear into the death cell, unscrewed the top, and, from the cavity under the stone, removed a small white pellet. With the water, he swallowed it. "I thank you for this last courtesy, guard. I'm going to lie down now. Goodbye." Silently, the guard grasped the slim, cold fingers extended between the bars, and turned away with a strange tightening of his throat muscles as the condemned man rolled onto his blankets. The ringing of the telephone broke the silence of the death chamber. The telephone that was connected to the warden's office. Into the anteroom dashed the guard, to emerge with a happy shout. "Dr. Blas, they have granted you a reprieve. You are to have a new trial." "Dr. Blas, wake up!" cried the guard. The figure on the cot remained quiet and still, and the guard, on entering, found Dr. Blas beyond the reach of human voice. A ghastly, triumphant smile frozen on his dead lips. The end of With the Coming of Dawn by Leslie N. Johnson.